Peace, family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am happy to be here once again. I apologize for my tardiness, but I am here. And I thank you for being here with me here at MaatSpeaks. So, if you are new to this channel, I just want to let you know and remind others who have been amazing subscribers to this channel that here at MaatSpeaks, we are aimed to demonstrate how to maintain, uphold, and build a code and culture through the 7 principles of Ma'at. We begin by applying these principles to ourselves. Just a moment, family. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we begin by applying these principles to ourselves, then extend these principles to our families and ultimately our communities. So let's see. I'm just going to look at the chat really quickly. I saw that Enya was here. Pieces. Thank you for always coming in and tuning in and being a wonderful moderator. And I see, yes, I want to say thank you to all my new subscribers and welcome. I have seen each one come in, and I just want to thank you for as we grow and continue to share the content. I am on the road to 500 subscribers right now, so please share and continue to like, subscribe, comment, all of those wonderful things. Peace to my divine compliment. Peace. Thank you for always being here as well. Let's see. Okay, so, and yes, thank you all for your patience. Thank you, sis. Thank you for being patient as well with me. And yes, so I did not do a live last week, trying to balance my life with also bringing you content. And so I haven't been doing my odds Wednesdays, but I do plan on resuming that next week. I have some wonderful things that are on the horizon, and just stay tuned as I balance being a mother, wife, and all the things that I am with my day-to-day, also with the content that I'm bringing, because I do take time to actually put things together. And so that does take a lot of time. So I want to thank you. So if you do want to help this channel grow and donate to the channel, of course, there are ways to do that. I have Cash App. You can donate to the Cash App. Also have Venmo, that's MaatSpeaks. And then my PayPal is Gen Health Revolution. Also, you can buy me tea at Buy Me a Coffee /MaatSpeaks. And that's our way to donate. Also, you can check out my Instagram. If you can put my Instagram in the chat, you can follow me on Instagram. And you can also check out my website, which is Generational Health Revolution. There's a detox on there. I plan on adding some more things onto the website as I get a chance to. But I don't want to spend all this time just rambling on. I just want to Oh, okay. Peace, Andy. Thank you for coming. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, and there's my friend there, TR baby. Peace. Thank you for being here. I'm happy to see you in the chat. So peace to everyone in the chat. I thank you for being here. And thank you. And let's see here. Let's see. Okay, guys, so we're going to get started here. I have a conversation that I want to have. I will put the link later on in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and send that to the moderator here. Um, let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and send that so that they can have that. So for later on, I do want to have that conversation if anybody wants to, come up because you might not agree with me. So as always, I always say, as you enter, just prepare to open your minds. We want to introduce a different perspective so that we can consciously heal ourselves as a community. So I don't do any pandering to one gender on this channel. It's about us coming together as a community and healing ourselves so that we can create a world that our children and future generations do not need to heal from. So just prepare yourselves. And if you disagree with me, you can tell me and we can have the conversation. So, it's about me. I also learn. I learn from you all as well. I learn from people in the chat. I learn from people who come up and have the conversation. So, it's important that we do have these conversations. So, I'm going to go ahead and get started here and let's talk about it. And before I move on, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone in the chat. Ron P. Peace. Thank you for always showing up. I do appreciate it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started and have the conversation. So today, you saw the thumbnail, and I want to begin by just really talking about what I've been observing in social media. And so we have been observing certain, I guess you say, clicks, right? Like in the social media space. And I was even speaking about this last week. And I was speaking to how sometimes it even feels that sometimes with different content creators, you might feel like you're an outsider, or maybe they're geared more to other content creators and things like that. So um, and then we also see, obviously, we see trauma bonding. Trauma bonding is a thing that happens everywhere, but we also see that is happening on social media. So we are aligning, people are starting to align with people that they may not even really would connect with in the real world, but they're aligning because they have maybe what they consider a quote unquote common enemy. So this is not necessarily what the conversation is about, but that did get me to thinking about accountability and how we as women, we talk about holding Black men accountable. So we want Black men to hold other Black men accountable, which is understandably so. That's what I believe that we should be doing. Just as Black women, as a Black woman, I should be holding other Black women accountable. That's what I believe. And so, but as I observe these different spaces, social media, not just YouTube, just different forms of social media, I see that sometimes we're looking from the outside and we're saying, why aren't men holding other men accountable? And so I asked the question, I even asked my husband this question, like, why does it seem that Black men have a hard time holding other Black men accountable? And so, I'm the type of person, like, if somebody disrespects me, I do want that person, especially publicly. I do want um that person to be held accountable. It doesn't matter who that person is. And I kind of want to see it, I want to see it being done, because I feel like you disrespected me publicly, so shouldn't you be addressed publicly? And that doesn't matter who that person is, whether it's a family member, whether it's a friend, whether it's acquaintance. Now that goes into another conversation, because we do have to start asking how we want someone to be held accountable, because sometimes when we're wanting someone to be held accountable, it's not necessarily the best way in every circumstance. But anyway, so what I was when I was having that conversation, I did start to realize that the way that men handle things, are going to be different. So he was also saying, like, in public, you don't necessarily want to like shame another man or public. Um, Make that man feel like that they're going that in a sense being attacked, because men have a different dynamic with one another. So it can spark into actually something worse, because it's that kind of that aggression, that masculinity is different, as opposed to a woman who may be able to address something. It's not going to always turn into something that it's going to like turn into like a fight or something like that. And so, but the other issue is, in conversations, because you hear a lot of people say, well, conversations are being held behind closed doors, or I'm going to take this person to the side. So if that is really happening, what about the person that has been offended or disrespected? How should they feel if they continue to see you engaging, laughing, talking, hanging out with this person? Y'all just, seem like you're having a good time. And the feeling, so for example, if I feel like I've been disrespected and I see you continue to engage with this person, the assumption is that you condone that type of behavior. Now, again, it is an assumption, but that's what it looks like, especially if that person's behavior has not stopped. So the reason that I'm actually just saying any of this is because of it's an example of what I see, and what seems to be happening is that there's an overcorrection. So we see something as women, as Black women, we see something, and because we might not be seeing the intricacies of it, or we might not be seeing the other layers of it, we start to overcorrect. And so we're going to get into that. But first, before we talk about what that even looks like in real life. Let's talk about what an overcorrection actually is. So, what is overcorrection? All right. So, peace, Anifa. Glad to see you here. Okay, so let's talk about what that is. Like, what is overcorrection? All right, so overcorrection is to adjust too much in attempting to offset an error, miscalculation, or problem. So, an example, real life example of this would be, it's a restaurant that you normally go to. And so the food was not particularly good. So instead of speaking to the manager or owner, or maybe you just needed to add a little seasoning to your food, you go on social media and you blast the business and tell everyone that you're never going to that restaurant ever again, and they should never go to that restaurant either. And you see a lot of this on social media, like with Black restaurants, right? Like they will have a bad encounter, or maybe that person was having a bad day, or had bad customer service, and so then they go on social media and they start blasting, saying, well, I try to give Black restaurants or Black businesses a chance, but they always do this. So I'm just never gonna, that's why I don't even try, right? Even though you can go to what's considered a white business and something bad happens, but you don't deem it as a part of their quote unquote culture. You just deem it as, oh, that person was a bad employee. So we see this, it's an overcorrection. And something that I was reading, it was talking about how overcorrections tend to happen because we in essence think that we deserve something, or think that we are owed something. So in the case of the restaurant, I believe that I should have been treated a certain way. Not saying that you weren't supposed to be treated a certain way. Of course, if you're paying your money, you sit down at that restaurant, you expect your food to taste a certain way. But instead of giving the restaurant a chance to redeem itself, we go and we overcorrect by, just going to the extreme. Like, I'm never going to deal with that again, and you should never deal with that again at the same time. So let's look at a quick video. It's only a few seconds long of overcorrecting, what it looks like to overcorrect on the road. So let's look at that real quick. And it's no sound. So look at the car, it swerves and then it overcorrects, and you see what happens. It literally spins out of control. Okay, so that makes me ask the question, or I ask the question, in that case, is that what we're doing, ladies? Are we overcorrecting? And in that case, are we spinning out of control? So let's talk about why people overcorrect. Well, and it's funny because I was having this conversation with my husband earlier, and he mentioned emotions, and which is true because overcorrection does come from emotions, but also it stems a lot from childhood as well. Because here's an example of that. We know that as if you're a parent or you've been around kids, you know that um whether it's a boy or a girl gonna cry. So they fall or whatever, so many reasons why a child may cry, but especially at a very young age, children from like 0 to maybe 6, 7, they tend to cry. But we as parents start overcorrecting, especially with boys. We'll start saying, man up, stop crying. What are you crying for? You acting like a girl. We say all of these things. So now this young boy who thought it was okay to cry is now not being able to express their emotions. And so then what does that look like later on? It looks like a man who's not able to express his emotions, but also he passes that on because he was told that. And so then he passes that on to his young sons. And then they don't actually even know what sadness really feels like anymore. So sadness is actually anger. So you see a man who is angry all the time. He could actually just be deeply sad and just needs to let out a cry. But that overcorrection happened. And so what we can see is that overcorrection can be a very dangerous thing in our communities. And even like last week, when Hanifa had her live, and she was talking about the mask, and that's what an overcorrection is in a sense. It's you have those masks, and because someone else is telling you something about yourself, you have lost touch of who you are, because as a child and as you're growing up, you start getting cues from the world that I'm not supposed to do this, I'm not supposed to look like this, I'm not supposed to act like this. So then you put on those masks, and we even talked about how you have mask after mask after mask on. And so someone else is telling you something about yourself. And so you start overcorrecting. So we see overcorrection in so many areas of our lives, right? Like, you have a blemish on your face, right? So let's say you start getting blemishes when you're in your preteens. And so people start pointing that out. So what do you want to do? You start wanting to cover that blemish any way possible. And so at first you might be trying to do it the right way, but then you start saying, oh, well, I can hide this blemish by wearing makeup. And so then you start, now we have a whole, group of women who are like contouring the mess out of their face, so they can hide. They're not only hiding those blemishes, but they're actually hiding who they really are. They are actually changing their faces. And then women who say, they had a bad friendship or bad relationships with women. And so instead of saying, instead of really trying to fix those relationships or really understand, or just say like that chick was not a good person, we start saying things like, I don't hang out with women, I don't like women, I only hang out with men. And even when it comes to our bodies, instead of really trying to focus on working out and doing those things. And then, we notice what men like. We like, oh, men like big booties, men like, certain things like that. So we go and get these BBLs and all these things, even to the detriment of our own selves, because we know a lot of these things are dangerous, but we're doing that because what it's an over correction. And something that I was reading in an article, and I was like, wow, this is really good. And in the article, she said, we cannot self hate our way into lives we love. I'm going to say that again. We cannot self hate our way into lives we love. So that is extremely important, because that self hate is rampant in our community. Like it's rampant. Like, whether we want to address it or not, or we want to call things preferences or whatever, it's rampant. So it makes it easy when a group of people are practicing self-hate, and then we turn it into say, oh, we're just living our best life. It makes it easy for an outsider to come into our community and tell us what we need to do for ourselves, how we need to raise our families, how we as Black women need to deal with our Black men, how Black men need to deal with Black women, and how to raise our children. It goes on and on and on. And so before I move on, let's just check out the um, let me check out the chat here. Uh-huh. I was just asked for that definition. Okay. Okay, hey everyone, get it at MaatSpeaks. Thank you, thank you. So, is overcorrecting a form of control? I would definitely say, and a great question, I would definitely say it is a form of control. Because when you think about, and it's funny because we can choose what kind of control we have over our lives in a sense, but we usually choose the what we consider to be the easiest path. I go back to makeup because it's so big. Like you go onto YouTube or social media, you can see some amazing, and I mean it's an art form. So I'm not like, against makeup or whatever. But it's an art form. But a lot of times, and I saw someone particular someone I went to high school with, and she became a makeup artist. And what I saw, that the more she started piling on the makeup, the worse her skin actually got. Because, and I know when I wear makeup for events or something, like special events, or if I'm taking pictures, and I noticed that it does affect my skin. Like when I take it off, no matter when I take it off, no matter how much I scrub my face, no matter how much, because it's drawing out the hydration in your face. So you're trying to control what people see. So it is like overcorrecting is a form of control. And so you're trying to control what people see, how people view you, instead of actually controlling or getting to the depth of why you feel like you need to do that in the first place. And so yeah, that's a great question. Can what Black people have been through cause us to overcorrect? So give an example. That's a good question. So can what Black people have been through cause us to overcorrect? Yes, it can cause us to overcorrect. Let me think of an example of that. So I believe that, and that's kind of where I'm heading, but when you even think about certain things that have happened, let's just say things that happened on the plantation, right? So as Black women, we might look at our Black men in a certain way because they could not necessarily do certain things for us. And I'm going to share a video later how you see this um um I don't want to call her a woman because she wasn't a woman, she was a teenager. You see this teenager being what is the word, abused in a sense by this police officer. And you see black boys around her trying to protect her, but they can't. Why? Because he has a gun and he could take them to jail. And so then he's just like, and so that's the same thing that we see. And so that same person can think, why aren't these black men protecting me? Why is it? And so we start getting an idea of black men are not protecting us. And so we pass that on to the next generation. And so then we start either going to thinking to someone else, going to divesting and saying, hey, I'm going to go to someone else because they can actually protect me when they're the one with the whip in the first place. And so, it's that's one of the examples that can really come to my mind, because I think people who divest, that is an overcorrection, because they're thinking black men don't they don't have the don't have the power, they're not dominant in the society. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go to the ones, even though they're the ones with the whip, right? Like on the plantation, they were the ones with the whip. And so they're the ones now that they feel like, oh, I can be safe with them. And so that to me is an example of that. Let's see. Okay, regarding the self hate, Dr. Joy stated, because we hate ourselves so much, we hate our brother and sister that look like us. Exactly. Very, very good point. And that, yes. So because we don't like the image of ourselves, then why would we like the other person that looks like us? And that goes across the board, because even the example I talked to you about, the restaurant, we can go to one restaurant and the customer service can be bad. We can say all these things in the world and about it, and it's a white owned restaurant. But then when a black owned restaurant, they mess up one time, we're like, see, that's why I don't support black businesses. But in all actuality, is it that you do not really want to support black businesses because there's something in you that does not want that black business or your quote unquote brother and sister to do well? So it's very important, that we do identify that. Sometimes we have to identify that within ourselves. Um, like sometimes you have to question yourself on a daily, like, we have to I talk about it all the time. We have to unlayer that, making sure that we are unlayering and understanding that sometimes when I thinking a certain way, like if I'm walking down the street and I feel like I fear this black man or this, whatever, or a black man comes to me and says something to me, is that my, is that really me, or is that what society has told me to think? So yeah, makeup sounds suspect. Okay. Okay, okay, good example. Okay, thank you. I'm glad that was a Okay, so are we overcritical of each other? I think it depends on the situation. And you're really, I think we can be overcritical. Yes. I think there's sometimes that what we allow, and you have to be careful with that, because sometimes what we allow us to do or us not to do, we allow others to do it. But just because someone else is doing it doesn't mean that it's right. That comes out a lot. That came out a lot, with the um like Cosby situation and stuff like that. People were saying, well, these other people, these white men are allowed to do it. So why are we so critical of our black men? And that's not, and I'm not even debating, because I have so many issues with all of that happened. But it's more of, if um just because we see other cultures or other people doing terrible things does not mean that we should say, oh, okay, well, you get a our people should get a pass. Our values, our morality should it is different than other people's morality and values, but we have to relearn what that is. We have to remember what our morals and values are, which should be to the betterment of our community, to uplifting our community and making sure that it grows. So, that is yeah, we can be overcritical of one another, but sometimes, we have to learn how to do it out of love, and we need to learn how to receive it out of love too. When it's white is right and black's eyesight. Yep, that's true. The What is the saying? The white man's ice is colder. I think that's the saying. Okay, how can we be healed of this? It's like we have so much unforgiveness and hatred toward each other when that anger should be directed at the real enemy. Yeah, I mean, we have to, like, that's a process, right? Like these conversations um that we're having, that's why they're important, because we do have to learn how to heal ourselves, but also understand why. And then also the propaganda that has been constantly pushed and pushed on us. And then even the conversation we were having I think it was last week, and then all the layers of sociology and psychology, and how there are people in different categories that have not only been researching us, but also been spending millions of dollars to understand how we work, how we think, and what we are attracted to. So when you think about self-hatred, that was programmed into us. And so how do we get that out? Some of us understand it, but a lot of us don't even see it. When we turn the TV on, we don't even know that they're pushing self-hatred on us. Like, we don't know. You got to be very careful of what you're watching, even at a young age. Like, there are a lot of things that I was watching at a young age. I look back and I'm like, man, I wouldn't even let my kids watch that. So um you should get cold ice. Yes, okay. Okay, Snuggles. Okay, so let's get back to this. So that brings me to what I wanted to talk about when it comes to over correction. So here is a question that I pose to you, um, my wonderful people here. And was feminism an over correction? So, and the reason I asked that, and I'm going to get into that and talk about that, but when we think about overcorrection, it's constantly kind of happening. And we also talk about, the pendulum swinging. So, if you know anything about a pendulum and how it can swing, and then, it can be over here, and then eventually the pendulum is going to swing to the other side. And so, so when things are going well, in a sense, the pendulum, it swings in the middle, but then eventually it's going to swing to the opposite side. It's going to swing to the opposite side of the spectrum. Now, I'm not going to delve too deeply into feminism, because I do plan later on down the line to have a deeper conversation about feminism and the alternative to feminism. But I want to touch on it as far as it comes to overcorrection. So I have another video here. It's not long as well. And we're going to kind of just talk about this for a moment. So let me get that video here. Okay, so, and hopefully you can see that. There we go. Okay, so let's take a look at this video, guys.
Contemporary Black feminism. African American women across a diversity of fields step forward to demand that attention be paid to the double burden of being Black and female, a complex identity often overlooked.
That's all it means to be a Black feminist to me, is that Black women and girls get to be the centers of the story for once. The only people who care enough about our liberation to fight for us is us.
Influential writers from Angela Davis to Alice Walker and Toni Morrison wrote about gender within the context of race. Their sophisticated, powerful stories centered upon the concerns of Black women and gave readers throughout the world a window onto their experiences.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop there for a moment. We're gonna talk more about that in a minute, but I want to just point out a few things there, because it talks about our stories as Black women, and so let's talk about The Color Purple, which is a major book in our movie in our community. I don't know many people who have not seen The Color Purple, but what did that one book showcase? And yes, I think a lot of times when we talk about this in the debate that happens with things like that, that shed bad lights on the Black community, specifically Black men, we say, oh, well, these are things that are happening in our communities. And so, it's art imitating life. But when something like this is publicized for them to the masses, it's going outside of our communities for one. And so now, what image or what visual do people have of Black men now? It's kind of, it reminds me of the original video, original movie, Birth of a Nation. So I forgot what's his name, Nat. What is his name? Nat. I forgot the guy who did Birth of a Nation with Nat Turner in that movie. Well, there was a different Birth of a Nation that white people produced, right? That it was a showing how terrible Black men were, and that it was a propaganda, kind of a propaganda movie that said, you got to keep Black men from your women. They're degenerates, all of this kind of stuff. It was terrible. It was a black and white movie. And so it kind of reminds me, but now we're the ones who are participating in that. And so now we are the ones who are saying that our Black men are abusive, womanizer, alcoholics, etc. So by telling, quote unquote, our stories, are we throwing our Black men under the bus? And then to further that, how has that shaped our minds when it comes to Black men? So, what images now, because we've seen a lot of these different movies and literature, how does that shape our mind when it comes to Black men? What is the next generation thinking about Black men? Because of some of these things that are continuously being projected, I would say projected onto the mass of Black men. So let's continue with the video unless someone has something to say about that. So I'm gonna I'll come back to the comments in a minute. But I'll come back to the comments in a minute, but let's continue with the video.
Shaped by the work of this generation of feminists, legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw introduced the term intersectionality in 1989.
She asks us to think about different experiences of womanhood or different experiences of being Black, and then to try to build policies and movements that address all of those moving pieces.
In 2015, intersectionality was added to the Oxford English Dictionary. Crenshaw's concept has spread in influence, inspiring political action from Black Lives Matter to the Me Too movement. Black feminists continue their important work, focusing attention on the intersections of race, gender, sexual orientation, and class.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there. I have such, and anyone who disagrees can tell me, but I have such an issue with the word, this made up word, intersectionality. And because we go from where you see, because if you really study, I'm not going to say that I have studied feminism to like to the depths of it, right? Like just a little bit of it. But if you really go to what feminism, like when people were started feminism, there was a proponent of it. I don't agree with, don't agree with feminism, but there was a proponent of it where it was about racial equality. But now we have intersectionality, where we go like now Black women going from fighting for racial equality in the 1800s to now they're just including everybody. And that's what we do, right? We just include everybody. And now what do we see? Women are now being erased in a sense, because now they're saying that, being called a woman is broad, and that um it's almost like you can't even call yourself a woman anymore because of these other people wanting to be called women, but they're not able to do the same things that women can do. So I'm not going to get too far deep into that, but let's look. I'm going to go ahead, take a look at the comments here and see if anybody wants to add to that conversation. Okay, let me remove this. Okay, so okay, let's see. It showcased the L word. Angela Davis is an L word. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of funny. I've had conversations about Angela Davis, how, sometimes when things happen to you, and then you go free, because she was kind of the face of the Black Power movement in back in the day, but now it's just like she's turned into this person who is about intersectionality, feminism, stuff like that. So um me and you are never part. Yes, that is a popular part. I was watching this show and they did that, and I was okay. I'm not gonna even go there, but yeah, Nat Turner. Yeah, I remember Nat Turner. Oh, Nathaniel Parks. That might be his name. I think you're right. Yeah, society has a bad habit of superimposing those characters on the whole. Yes, absolutely. They do superimpose. And I mean, that happens to us as Black women too. We get deemed as the masculine, like the masculine woman, right? Like, so, they superimpose of characters. You see how they did certain celebrities and stuff like that. So definitely. Um, I will be discussing biases and how they blind us tomorrow. I will touch on this. Okay, yes, that's a great conversation. This is heavy. Feminism and integration work hand in hand. It's to cause further division between both parties. And so when that is it true, it does cause division. Overcorrecting, I do believe in its initial beginning stages, I do think it has good intentions. I don't think that a lot of the Black women who are considered to be feminists in the late 1800s had ill intentions against their community. I think they just got brought into something that they didn't know was going to spiral out of control, because we have trusting natures. We think we can trust people when they say certain things and they make it sound and they give it flowery language. So I think our people had good intentions. They just didn't know their enemy, in a sense. They didn't know that they were standing next to her, or they were arm in arm with their enemy. They didn't understand that, because anyone, and we're the only people who kind of do this in a sense, especially I think especially here in the United States. Well, I'm not going to say especially here, because I can't speak for anybody else, but we do this a lot. What we do is we um, don't do what is best for the people that we look at in the mirror. So what happens is we try to be for everybody. but nobody else is for everybody. I guarantee you that anybody who is whatever culture they are, and especially when you talk about like white people coming to join forces, they're still looking out for what is best for them. The emancipation, right? We always try to credit like Abraham Lincoln and stuff like that, but guess what? You think he was doing that for Black people? No, he was doing that because it was in the best interest of the best interest of the people that look like him. Like when he looked in the mirror and the people that he was serving, because he wasn't serving Black people. Like he wasn't he didn't consider him to be the president of slaves. He was the president of white folks because those were the people who were free. So we have to serve our interests first, and we have to stop thinking that that's a selfish thing, or thinking that that's a bad thing, or thinking that is an immoral thing. We think that because of what has been programmed into us. We think that serving our best interests first, even though everyone else does it. Nate Parker. Yes, that's his name, Nate Parker. Okay, so let's see back what I missed. But seriously, that movie was not even close to the majority, right? And that's the issue, because I can sit here and I can think of Black men that I know, and I can even think of Black men that I know who are, let's just even say, who are married, who don't act, who don't behave like that. I know a lot of Black men who are faithful, and I know Black men who are in relationships um that treat their women like gold, right? So we start putting that on all Black men and saying all Black men are a certain way. Now, I do know some, not, I know some terrible Black men too, but that doesn't, I can't say that that's the totality of Black men, just like we wouldn't want people to say that's the totality of Black women, that we are, we have bad attitudes or whatever. All the things that are the stereotypes that we have for Black women. So yeah, that was not close to the majority. And a lot of things they put out, a lot of things that they put out now for our entertainment is not the majority. It's crazy. Nothing wrong with feminism. A lot of people mistake it for masculine. Right. So the idea of feminism is not wrong. The idea of it, but what it has turned into, that's the issue. Because and like I said, I haven't researched feminism to its totality, so I'm not going to really speak on it until I actually research it. But when you talk about feminism as the idea of it, and then there's also something called womanism. Okay, so womanism is really more of what we should be leaning towards, and I'll have a different discussion because I'm not going to have that discussion today, but we're going to lean more of what we should be leaning towards. It's being said it best. Thank you, TR baby. Okay, so feminists got to start seeing how the Black community was fighting to get our rights, making white women think the Blacks will have more than that me, so it was started to get them something. Yes, and I was gonna get to that. Let's see. So yeah, it was that whole idea. So let me share. I'm gonna share this quote. Actually, you made me think of it. TWP popcorn. Let me see the quote here. Where is the quote? Okay, here's the quote. Okay, so I'm not sure if y'all will be able to see it that well. Okay, so this is Mary Terrell. I think that's how you, let me hide that and hide that there. Okay, so she was pretty big as a Black feminist, late 1800s. They said she was pretty close with Frederick Douglass, and she helped start the Black, I forgot what it was called, but it was like the Black Women's Organization. So she said a white woman has only one handicap to overcome, that of sex. I have two, both sex and race. Colored men have only one, that of race. Colored women are the only group in this country who have two heavy handicaps to overcome, that of race as well as that of sex. So, if you missed any of that, she is saying that as a Black woman, she has two handicaps: being being a woman, and being Black. Black men have only one handicap, and that's being Black. White woman has only one handicap, and that's being a woman. So, who is the only person without a handicap that, that she's kind of leaving out? And that would be white. And she said colored. So, obviously, anybody who's colored would be considered, would, I guess, in her mind, would have a handicap. So, white men have no handicap. I have an issue with this quote, uh, because, one thing, let's give a little background about Miss Mary here. So it talks about how she grew around white people, and she looks like she might be biracial. I'm not going to say that she is or isn't, but she does look that she might be. And so, but it says that most of her friends were white, and that's what she grew up around. So, and it says she didn't start learning about Black issues until her maternal grandmother started sharing stories with her about how Black people were treated, Black slaves that were treated and things like that, because her maternal grandmother was a slave. And so the issue with that is that a big part of her thinking is now coming from the white experience, which means that how much was she getting the whole concept of white women selling that story to her about how that they are the same, and then also her not even understanding the Black experience. So with her not understanding the Black experience, of course she's going to now see herself as a Black woman, that Blackness as a handicap. Because if you are aspiring, because notice, white men don't have a handicap. So if you're aspiring to be that, and you hold whiteness as the hierarchy, like the top of the hierarchical chain, then of course you're going to see what you are as a woman, and as Black as a handicap. So there's issues with that, because even when you talk about in the video we just watched with the whole Me Too movement, you know, we talk about how who benefited off of that, or who was punished the most, because we know that white men are historically, they're the most dangerous group. If historically, you could go to history books, you could check it out yourself, and historically they're the most dangerous group. But Black men have caught that rap, right? Like they have caught the being most dangerous. You need to be afraid of Black men. And so with all of that, we let white women scream and say, hey, Black women, come and join our cause. But then when Black women are beaten and killed by the police, where are the white feminists, right? Like, where are they? So, and I'm going to share a video, but really, I wanted to touch on this quote because, I have an issue, because the first thing I think of is we got off the plantation at the same time, Mary, at the same time, and so, when we start talking about equality, we have to start talking about it in a very real sense, and not just in the sense of what white women are talking about. So before that, let's check out some of the quotes here, some of the comments here. Thank you. And the white men basically solved all their problems by making the choices people will make be what keeps them in place. Yeah. I mean, the system, yes, first wave feminism. Yes, that exactly. First wave feminism is where they saw black, they saw black men and they say, "Hey, wait a minute. Black men are getting the right to vote? Oh, wait a minute." Like, hold up. They getting the right to vote before us. We got to do something about that. And so we as black women, we joined it because we were like, hey, well, if y'all going to do something, that's where they start seeing certain rights because they were making so much progress. And we didn't understand that as they made progress, that maybe we would be making progress too, because we weren't the same as the white men. Like black men to me at that time, because like I said, overcorrection is happening now and it's constantly happening. So it's like you're doing something to me, I gotta do something back to you. But at that time, it was more of um let's kind of like let's work together to make certain things happen. But white men have always seek to dominate. That's their existence, domination, So black men did not necessarily, and I'm not saying all black men, but black men, for the most part, at a certain point in history, were not seeking to dominate us. It was more of the white men were doing that. And so now you do see black men's, some black men now are leaning towards that, but that's not something that was happening at that time. It was like, okay, we're getting these rights. And so white women didn't like that, So I want you to talk about people, I want you to talk about what the stats okay, Snuggles. Thank you. Peace, E Black. Thank you for coming through. Do you think Claire Huxtable was a feminist? Snuggles, are you trolling tonight? Are you trolling? No, I don't think Claire Huxtable was a feminist. If you're talking about the character Claire Huxtable on the Cosbys, I do not think she was a feminist. Claire was a lawyer in a good firm, and Cliff was a work from home dad. Yeah, you could think of him where I never even put that two together that he was a work from home dad. Yeah, he had his office at home. Yeah, that is what they consider intersectionality. Not anymore. Now black women are saying black men are the most dangerous. Can't make this. Yep. We're saying that they're the most dangerous. Yeah, with her, you too have to think about the multiplicity of the mind. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Now come black the handicap. I thought it was a source of power. Or is that what you people think about yourself? So if you were listening to what I said about Mary, I don't consider being a woman or being black a handicap. If you aspire to be something that you're not, so what do we think? What's a handicap? I don't know. Somebody lost their legs, right? Somebody lost their legs, they can't walk. That's considered a handicap because you want to walk and you can't walk. And so that's a handicap. So if you aspire to be white and you can't be white, I mean, now you could be whatever you want to be, says people, says most people. But if you aspire to be that and you can't be it, you will consider yourself to be a handicap. I do not aspire to be white. I do not aspire to be a man. So that is not considered a handicap to me. I don't consider myself to be handicapped because I don't aspire to be those things. Okay, so I want you to watch the Cosbys again, and I want you to pay attention to Claire Huxtable's movement and the way how she treated her husband. Unfortunate character stood for very carefully. I would even say Harriet on Family Matters. She did some questionable things. on that show. Yeah, I'll watch it again and I'll see. I don't really see Claire as a feminist, but I'll watch it again, you know. Maybe I'll learn something new. Okay, so let's continue here. So I'm going to show this video because the question I ask is, where are the white feminists when Black women are being beaten and killed by the police? So before I show the video, I do want to give a warning. The content you're about to see contains graphic images. Some viewers may find the following images offensive. If so, you are not advised to watch the following. So let's take a look at this. Let's see. 319. One moment. Well, okay, I think that's it.
Laser hair removal blew my mind.
No, that's not it. What is happening? Oh, one moment, everyone. It has switched me to the wrong account. There we go. Okay, so I'm not going to show the whole video. Just going to give you a gist of what's happening here. Hopefully you can see it here. Okay. And I'll expand it for you. Hold on just a moment. And there we go.
Hey, y'all film it, okay? But you chill out.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it there. So look at how this grown man is putting his body weight on this young woman, right? And also, if you see, and if you see further in the video, and if you see in the video, there are some Black boys who are around and they are trying to assist, but then he draws the gun on her. So that's why I gave the example earlier about the whole idea of we end up overcorrecting, because in this moment, she could very well be feeling, why aren't people protecting me? And so what happens is, a lot of times when we desire Black women to protect us, and it could end up putting their lives in danger. So that's an issue, because here, if you see later on in the video, he knows he's being recorded. He says some things and trying to say that they were breaking the law and all this different kind of stuff. But how much of this happens in our community, and how much of this is kind of ingrained in us, that Black men may not be protecting us. And so now we're over correcting in that sense. But again, where's the outrage from the white feminists when things like this happen to the Black women in our community? Where's the outrage? Okay, guys. So I'm gonna take this down. It's just unfortunate. It really makes me sad when I see this, just because like he's putting his whole body weight on this young lady. Okay, so okay, so I I asked the question, and you see it in the thumbnail. Do Black women desire balance, equality, or subjugation? So my question when asking that is because a lot of what we hear today, we talk about equality, right? Like that's a big topic now, equality. And so I have one more video to show. It's really short, but it shows how we go to the opposite side of the spectrum, and then the lines become blurry or just non-existent. So there's parts of the video that I don't 100% disagree with, but there's a part of the video that I 100% disagree with. And so just take a look, and in the comments, let me know how you feel about it, because I really think that we get so we go to one extreme, and then when that extreme is pointed out, then we're like, well, no, that's not how it really is. Because if we want equality, if we say as Black women or as women, period, want equality, what does equality actually look like? But I want to show this video because it's very interesting on what is being said in this video. Um, it's interesting. So I'm gonna share it, and let's see, make sure everyone can see it. And it's not even whether you can really see it, just listen to it. Because it's very interesting. So
I really look into y'all bodies and think about how many times, like, you got that bitch fucked up on some liquor, some weed, whatever the case is. Okay. And it was to the point where it's just like,
I'm sorry, guys. I meant to warn you that it does have some strong language. So viewer discretion is advised. Okay, back to the program.
some weed, whatever the case is. Okay. And it was to the point where it's just like, all right, who knows what she would have said.
If I ask you and you say no, and then a week later, you know what I mean, I'm like, you know what I mean, you ready now? Blah, blah. You say no again. Then a month later, I'm like, all right, you know what I mean, we've been together for 2 months now. Like, what's good? They say, oh, that's still rape.
So if you're in a relationship, why can't you wait? Like, you obviously
you are waiting. You know what I mean? You just asking,
so why
like, yo,
are you still pressing her? Let her come to you.
I don't see that as pressing. I'm asking you a question. Like, you know what I mean?
But she's done told you no.
She told me that last week. People might change it. Yo, my mind gonna change this tomorrow.
Y'all be on such an agenda. So now I give in, and I'm not giving in because I really want to have sex with you. Yeah. I'm giving in because I'm a little uncomfortable. I know you're not about to leave me alone. So now you don't agree because the
Okay, family. So what do you think about that comment that I'm only giving in because now I'm feeling like you keep asking me. So that's being equated to the R word. To it being now. So that's an issue for me, because now it makes the lines very blurry, because we say equality, but then we say, well, men have to take all the responsibility in this situation. So can we argue for equality if men are taking all the responsibility when it comes to relations, when it comes to having these encounters? You know, it's it what comes to mind is the concept of you gain someone else's privileges. And this is a conversation I had with my husband. Like, you gain someone else's privileges while keeping your own. So that means that as a woman, I still want to keep my privilege as being a woman, as even maybe my pretty privilege, or But I want to gain the privileges of being a man. So I want to gain what he has, but keep mine. It reminds me of white people and how they don't really want to give their privilege. They don't want to give their privilege up, but they want to also tap into the privileges that they feel like other people have. No white person is going to say, oh yeah, I don't want my privilege anymore. They understand that they have privilege, and a lot of them, they like that they have privilege. They might even talk about the privilege that they have, but they are they really willing to give that up? So as women, are we really willing to give up what we consider our privilege? Because even in the justice system, statistically, women tend to get lighter sentences for the same crime, right? Like, so, and I'm not saying like, because I'm not going to go out there and, I don't plan on going out there and committing a crime, but that's one of the things when we talk about equality. And so that's a big reason why the first and second waves of the feminist movement happened. They saw Black people getting the rights, and white people were like, they about to get a right to vote before us. They're about to get the things that, they're about to get stuff, and they're about to get ahead. And they didn't want to have that, right? So when we talk about balance, like, really, we as women, do we seek balance? Do Black women desire balance? And the reason I ask that is because what does balance even look like? So bringing it to relationships, I think of like if me and my husband are carrying something, like we're moving into a new place and he's carrying a heavy item. So he's going to be carrying the bulk of that item because he's stronger than me. I'm helping. I'm maybe relieving the stress off of his joints, but he is physically stronger than I am. So I'm kind of relieving him in a sense, but he's carrying the bulk of it. So in essence, should we be desiring what we consider balance? Because balance and equality, they, in a sense, they really don't make sense. So, but it's more of being a complement of one another. I compliment him, or he compliments me. Because can we truly have equality between genders? And if that's the case, if we're desiring equality, so if men who work in factories or work in warehouses have more strength in certain positions, should they get paid more since they are stronger? Because I think we end up having this conversation about equality because of the people who are in these high positions, in these corporate positions, and they want to make the lesser people think that they are a part of the movement too. So they say, oh yeah, you're dealing with that too. You want equality too, right? And so that makes it that makes the numbers are there, right? So you have the numbers there because you want everybody to feel like they are equal. So that's the same thing with politics. A lot of the times that we are given into politics, it's against our best interests because it don't really have anything to do with us. But they say that a lot especially with Republicans, they have to make poor white people think that they're fighting for the same thing, even though when it comes to it, it's actually going against their best interest as well. So equality in the workplace, that tends to be higher positions. It does not necessarily usually people who are in lower positions, let's say even like warehouse workers, they tend to make the same amount of money. But then if you really want to you talk about it, then maybe because women are not doing necessarily the same jobs because they don't have the upper body strength that men have. So equality, is that also an overcorrection? I said it before. Didn't we get off the plantation at the same time as Black men? Haven't we really always, as Black women, always worked? Not in the same in the same capacity, but we worked, And so I think that we have to understand the different strengths that we have. We have different strengths. So that's why I say it's more about complementing one another instead of saying, oh, like, I'm balancing out the equation, or let's become equal. Are we holding on to pain? So instead of wanting balance, we go to the extreme and actually want subjugation. And when I say we want subjugation, I mean that we want to dominate Black men, and vice versa. Do men want to dominate us? So let's look at what subjugation actually is. Subjugation is the action of bringing someone or something under domination or control. The action of bringing something under domination or control. So, as Black women, we logically know that Black men do not dominate society. But as long as we dominate them, then we're good. Or as long as they dominate us, because we're okay. Like my sis said, you know who you are, peace, Hanifa. We are okay with being the top of the bottom. Okay, so we're okay being the top of the bottom. So with that, it's an issue, because as long as I know that you don't dominate society, but as long as I dominate you, I'm good, because I feel I can't go dominate. I can go dominate white men. We can't dominate white men. So let's just go ahead and just, dominate. Let's go dominate one another, because we can't really dominate who we really need to dominate or who we really want to dominate. So it's easier to go place the blame on where the blame doesn't even need to be placed. So a lot of what's happening, what we see in social media, is a lot of gender alignment, right? And even the boy, like we see, I talked about this too last week with someone about it being like a boys club. You see boys clubs right in the workplace. And so you even see it here like on social media. So we as women, we observe this. And so now we're attempting to overcorrect. And so then we have these so-called gender wars. But then we make up this our own criteria for women to pass. And so we make up this own criteria, then we just say, oh, it's just as good as men. That song, I can do anything a man can do, I can even do it better. That song, I don't know if y'all know that song, but it's our own criteria. Just ask someone who's in the military. They don't have the same. Men and women don't have the exact same tests in order to pass. Look at the different divisions that we have in sports. We have a women's division and a man's division. Would you want men to run against women? Would that be fair? Would that be fair? Even the whole idea of, and now they're having people who are, transgender in women's races. And, a lot of people are upset about that. Why? Because they know that it's an unfair advantage. And so, it's these gender wars we're having, and then we as women, we start saying things that project onto a whole group. For example, or not just women do it, men do it too. I've been in conversations where men have said that most men are good, but women are the issue. And then I've been in conversations where women have been saying, well, women are only this way because of men. They're the issue, because women are really the nurturers. We're really feminine if we have the right man. We're really gonna, we love to bask in our femininity if we have the right man, and so it would be nice if we would really identify the elephant in the room, and we start talking about white fragility and really talk about the whole white supremacy doctrine, and really talk about that and understand that first before we start pointing fingers at one another. So we do see now we see very masculine women, and I mean masculine women that look feminine, They look feminine. They have the sex appeal. So you have men who think they're feminine. They're deemed as feminine, but they look but they're masculine. They're masculine, feminine looking women. And then we have the role reversal where there are black men who are masculine looking, but they're feminine. They have, and what I call toxic, I don't like to say it's feminine traits, but it's toxic femininity traits, right? Like, or just toxic traits, but they're doing things that uh you know, I hate saying that men acting like women or women acting like men, but they're having those traits that you see that mostly women have had. So you seeing these kind of role reversal. But we as black women, we have seemed like we're okay with that. And we say we're not, because we say we're all the good black men. We look at it and we don't like the way that it's headed, but then in essence, we do applaud it in a sense. So why do we applaud things that are opposite of our nature and can aid in our annihilation? Like, why do we applaud that? I'm gonna look at some of the comments here. um oh, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Or okay, it's gonna be put in the chat. Okay, so let me look at this these comments. I think she's passing the blame. Yeah, definitely. In that clip, there's no accountability. So the first part of the video, when it talks about women or men trying to get someone effed up and stuff like that, giving them something to drink or giving them something to smoke so they can get them loose. That's something that's talked about in our community, right? Like that happens, and it happens on both sides. A lot of people who don't participate in that can't really fathom that something like that may happen, but I've heard men say things like that. And I haven't heard a lot of women, but according to other people that I spoke to, they've heard women say things like that. Like, I want to, he's cute, I want to get him, so let me get him liquored up, right? So but so I understand that to an extent, because what do we do when two people are both out together, they drinking, they know they're going to drink, and then something happens, right? So it's still like, where do we place the accountability? And if we're talking about equality, doesn't the accountability, can't the man say the same thing? Can't the man say, well, you got me drunk, and you took advantage of me? A man could say that, right? But the societal norm is that only women really get to say that. Look at how boys are treated when they are violated against girls treated when they're violated. So, we don't have equality, especially when it comes to things like that. When it comes to boys and girls being violated at a young age. So what's the purpose of her being with her significant other if she cannot give him part of what he wants, which is part of human nature? So I think it was just a matter of maybe if you haven't been together that long. I think that's what she was trying to say. And that people can decide at what point they want to engage in intercourse, on both ends. But I think where the lines get blurred is when you say, if a man continuously asks you, like if you say, can we get some? Can I get some? Then it comes to, she's saying it equates to it being the R word because he keeps asking and I'm feeling pressure. That's the issue that I have, because now there's no accountability. She has the power to say no. Exactly. She has the power to say no. And you also have the power to say, you asking me too much, so I don't want to be with you anymore. That's also an option. If he doesn't give her any financial help because he does not feel like it, should that be okay even though they are living together? If he doesn't give her any financial help. Okay, so we're equating financial with having sex. I think that I've heard this argument before. Um, that's a different conversation. I really think that's a different conversation. Because I mean, that's a conversation had between that couple. I think when we start debating things like that on social media, it's like very generic, because what goes down in my bedroom should be between me and my person, not between the whole social media saying like, well, if she does, because there's so many reasons why a person might not be able to want to engage. Okay. So what is his purpose? What is his purpose in her life? And what is her purpose in life? What is part of human nature that is expected? Or is human nature subjective? I mean, it can be. It can be subjective, right? Because what we consider our values to be, or what we consider to be human nature, has also been a part of what we let me just put it this way. We are over we're over sexualized. Like, most people are not even thinking like, let me just get to know the person. They're thinking like, when I'm gonna have sex with the person. Even as a woman, you see the show like Girlfriends and stuff like that. It's a matter of, okay, I'm about to date this guy, but I also got to think in the back of the head, my back of my mind, when I'm going to be able to, like, how long can I wait out? That's a conversation that has been kind of pushed into media, as opposed to the other way around. At what point are we talking about when they have gotten to know each other, when she feels safe with him? Like, there's a lot of layers to that in what we consider to be human nature. I think balance. The reason I say this is because we came over here together. We were in slavery together, loving each other because we both had to submit to the enemy, the mind game they played on us. Okay. All right. So are you saying we desire balance? Um, or are you saying balance is the best thing for us? Because I don't know if if we as Black women or as a Black community actually desire balance. Um, so that's whole story of Susan B. Anthony. Blacks were helpful to cause until they started to progress and ahead of them. Exactly. That's the whole. Oh, did you write that twice? Oh, okay. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. No, you can't. Yes, I can. And so on. Right. Yes. I remember that song. If you were in musical theater, yeah. That song was something else. If someone has the wrong man, who picked the man, if you don't mind me asking? Well, I think, Snuggles, sometimes asking certain questions like this, because that comes up too when the relationship goes south and people say certain things about the person. When the relationship goes south and you say, oh, well, you picked them. And so also we have to understand that goes back to what I was talking about when Hanifa last week was talking about masks, and that whole concept of where we're wearing masks when we're in lots of times, especially in the beginning of our relationships. When those masks come off in our relationships, we have an issue with that because they were wearing a mask in the first place. So we have to ask the question, when that person met them, were they wearing a mask? And has that mask come off? And if that mask has come off, did I pick the person with the mask on, or what did I pick that person with their mask off? And will I still choose to continue to pick that person even when their mask has come off? So I think asking if someone picked the wrong person and it's that person's fault because they picked them, I think we know that conversation is more layered than that, because most of us put our best foot forward. We say all the right things when we're meeting someone new, but it really comes down to who is that person when things get tough. They say you don't really know a person until you have your first argument, because you don't know how that person is going to react when they argue. So, it's a lot of different layers to that. And sometimes as women, we don't even know when to walk away. Like, I think men do that better. I think men kind of sense when they need to walk away. But I think as women, we have a hard time walking away, even though we know the situation. And I'm not telling nobody, like, if you're going through something, I believe in working through things. But I think when it gets so detrimental, sometimes we have a very big issue, especially if you're not tied down to that person. But we have an issue with walking away. So, yeah, the elephant in the room would be ignored until we find the courage to fight it. The elephant in the room will be ignored. Oh, yes, 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 yes. How can we talk about white fragility if a lot of people don't realize it or don't believe it exists? Yep, that's true too. Um, that's very true. Some people don't even think that white people have privilege, right? Or they think that black men have more privilege. They have a lot of privilege. Or black men think that black women have privilege. So, and I mean, I think we all have different levels of privilege, but do we have uh the amount of privilege that other people have? No, we don't have that amount of privilege. We all walk into the room sort of with I'm from the South, so I might have a different perspective of someone who's like from the who's in the North. I have some guests coming up, guys, so I'm just gonna finish my thought. But we have a different I have a different perspective in a sense, because I come from the deep South. Louisiana, the deep South. So racism is not new to me, right? So a lot of times people, and you might see me kind of have that on my shoulder a little bit, because racism is so thick in Louisiana. It's thick. It's like in the air, like you breathe in racism. And so, it's not something you don't, it's so normalized though in Louisiana that you don't, like, when somebody says it, you're like, oh, that's just the way it is. So it's kind of normalized. So we either don't talk about it because of the shame that it represents, or when we do talk about it, the ones who do want to talk about it, they're like, oh, well, that's just how it is. So yeah, we don't like to have those conversations. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up my wonderful, wonderful guests. So, coming to the stage for the first time, we have TR Baby and my sis, Hanifa. Peace to both of you, family.
Peace. How y'all doing, ladies?
Peace,
Doing-
my aunt.
Okay, so tell me, whoever whoever wants to go first, tell me your thoughts. I think TR Baby, I think you were here first. So if you want to go first.
I was in and out. I was making coffee. My phone died, so I just wanted to be a respectful gentleman and supporter and fan. I be in the chat, so I just had to come up and show support and say, "Hey, how you doing?" Be a gentleman. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And you looking good, girl. Don't let your boyfriend know. I mean your husband know I said that. You feel me? But I
He's a,
can chime in.
he's a moderator, so he can hear.
Oh man, I'm sorry, but I can't chime in. I'm just you might have to catch me up a little. 'Cause I'm very educated, so I
Uh-huh.
can give my perspective on if y'all catch me up a little bit.
Okay. Okay. All right. So Hanifa, what you got, sis?
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
Are you good?
I think I was coming to talk more about balance because
Mm-hmm.
I really believe from all of these conversations that we are having around relationships, around the so called gender war.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think the conversation around balance is missing, right? And as long as blame is present, balance is absent.
Mm,
right? That's something that I've come to terms with.
right.
So there is, so instead of blame, I think we need to lean a little bit more on accountability. So it would be self accountability for myself as a woman, right? And then it would be accountability for the other woman, right? Because that's really who we should be working with as women, is other women. So it's then holding other women accountable, right? And then
Mm,
when us as a collective of women can be held accountable, and it's also being done on the other side, right? Both of us will come in the middle. We would not be demanding that someone comes fully to our side. So the woman will not be saying to the men, no, you need to come all the way over here, right? And then we call in that balance. And the men would not be saying to the woman, no, you need to come all the way over here. We would gladly meet each other in the middle because we understand what balance is. So I am going to repeat that. As long as there's blame, there cannot be balance. As long as blame is present, balance is absent. That's just a fact. It's something I had to accept. So
mhm,
when you ask if black women, if we want balance, that's one of the things on your list: balance,
mhm,
segregation, and equality. Um, I think we want balance, but we want the balance without the accountability, and that's almost impossible,
mhm,
right? Because to demand the balance without the accountability is to say that it is the responsibility falls solely on the men to make this mess right, and
right.
that is not true. Because if we put the responsibility solely on the men to make the mess right, we are going to mess what they made right up, because we haven't dealt with our own issues. Do you get
Mhm,
what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. Let's say tomorrow our men have it all together. You really think that it'll just everything is just gonna work itself out? That's
mhm,
not true. That's not true. And then I had jotted down something real quick. So I was saying earlier on when you posted the status is that we want power. Now, what a lot of black women are saying right now is that they want protection. I actually think that is a mask. I think what they really want is power. I think what they want is domination. I think what they want is what they perceive power to be, right?
mhm,
So you
mhm,
are either going to allow me to control and subjugate and dominate you, or you cannot have me or access to me. You're
mhm,
either going to relinquish your power to me, right? And a lot of this is connected to the default of I don't even like to call it matriarchy. Some people call it matriarchy in the black community, but what is the word I'm looking for? Kind of like what we're seeing with the high percentage of female run or
mhm,
female headed household. That's a part of it as well, right? And it's no fault to the woman. And I want to be clear on that, right? Because we can't talk about single parent households and not tackle absent fathers and what that looks like. Because there is a portion of men who are, yes, absent fathers. I want to go on record and say I do not think it's the majority of black men.
right.
I do not think so. I think that there's a narrative that's pushed where we take it and we say, because it's to support our narrative, stop abandoning your children. Well, who are you talking to exactly? Because those of us who have children with black men are like, who are you talking to? Because the father of my children is there, right? And I know plenty other men around me who are there. So who are we talking to exactly, right? So I put them on protection, right? One of the things black women are demanding these days is protection. But here's my thing. That's all good and dandy, but this is where the accountability come in, right? You cannot ask for protection, right? We can't ask for loyalty and protection and then weaponize the system against our men when it is convenient to us.
Mhm,
I cannot demand that you protect me, right? And then when you get me mad enough, I use the system that you and I are supposed to be standing up against, right? Against you.
right.
And I'm not talking about abusive situations. I'm talking about threats like, I call the police and you know what's going to happen if I do. I'm talking about weaponizing children, through the family courts, right? So we can't demand protection and not deal with that issue as well. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like we
Girl, I
want.
got 3 strikes. Don't call the police on me. Nah, I just play. Nah, I
It's,
agree with you for sure. I
yeah,
agree.
it's like we want protection regardless of what we do. We want Black men to stand in front of bullets, right? That we
Mm-hmm.
are called for.
Right.
I want to be clear on that, right? We want to put Black men in harm's way just to say, oh, a Black man stood up for me, even though I spat in that other brother's face. Do you see what I'm saying? So when we talk
Right.
about that, we gotta be very careful. So it's power, but it's a very one-sided and very Eurocentric power dynamic that we are
Right.
demanding. It is very, very useful. And this is what I'm saying. When we talk about this balance, they do not we cannot really want balance because it requires us, right, to peel back some layers that will expose us, right? And in order for us to be okay with that exposure, we have to want healing. Healing has to be, we have to be, I mean, we have to
I'm
desire
gonna help
healing
you out.
above all
Now
else.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm
Sorry, go ahead.
skedaddle, cause I'm a fan of Mike. So it's a two-way street. So for the fella side, cause it's not just y'all women. Also, we gotta stop being more lazy as guys. You know what I mean? So we gotta do our part too. I'm gonna let y'all ladies have it. I had to come say, hey, Mike. I'm sorry I had to.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming up.
Salute.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, that's really all I have to say. And usually when I speak, you see how he just said, let me hold the men accountable. These are
Mm-hmm.
the conversation. This is how we have to have these conversations, right? But
Like,
what's happening is women are trying to come for men
yep.
and correct men, and men are trying to come for women and correct women. This is where we're having an issue because I think you mentioned earlier, Maat, how men deal with things differently than us. And
Mm-hmm.
so when we inject ourselves into their, stuff, we place very feminine expectations on them without realizing that's what we're doing. It's the same
Exactly.
thing sometimes with men. They are placing a very masculine expectation on women. For example, the shaming of women for feeling. Oh, look how emotional you are. Like duh. Like
Right.
duh. You know what I'm saying? So now you are placing this masculine expectation. You don't expect me to respond with my emotion. So what you're asking me to do is, oh, no, in a situation like this, now is a good time to tap into your masculine.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm shaming you for it, it's a good time because it works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So yes, when I speak very strongly, and I actually know this as far as women. And it's
Mm-hmm.
not me being male centered or one sided. It's me understanding my place as a woman. And when I say place, I use that very lightly here. What I'm saying is understanding that I think women should talk to women
Mm-hmm.
and men should talk to men. And the reason why women think that there's a boys' club
Mm-hmm.
and the reason why men are saying the sisterhood is because that's not happening. We are not talking to each other truthfully and holding each other accountable. And you said something earlier about accountability, but I'll come back to it when I remember it. I wanted to add to the balance piece because that's a piece of the conversation I'm seeing that's missing. And lastly, let me say one more thing. Lastly, what I'm observing is that a lot of us wallow and thrive in chaos.
Yeah.
We don't want it to be fixed. You know that. Some
Yeah.
of us do not want it to be fixed because then it means if it's fixed, we have to fix ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I'm observing as well on both men and women. There are people out here who are just agents of chaos. So even when it looks like it's getting better, they're gonna throw a stone in the pond to create some ripples again. You know what I'm saying? It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, y'all getting to peaceful now. What do you mean? What do you mean? What kumbaya? So we gotta be careful
And,
about that as
and
well.
we're addicted to that too. Some of us are addicted to that. We kind of get a high off of it to constantly be in that turmoil, to constantly be in that chaos, to constantly cause confusion. Like we in essence thrive in it. So, something that you said earlier, though, I wanted to ask you because you said that Black women desire balance. So, and I'm trying to remember exactly how you put it. But, you know, do we, do we, are we actually desiring balance because our home life, our family life, the evidence is saying that we don't? Like the evidence is going back to what you were saying, domination. So, it is looking like that's like as long as I can control you, then I'm okay with being with you.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I'm saying. We don't, you're right, Maat. We don't desire, it's not necessarily balance. I may have misspoke, but I think at our core, and this has to do more with nature than anything else. I think at our core, there is a desire for balance, but it's been so long, right, that we've for us to have witnessed it, for us to have seen it, we're so far removed from it, right,
right.
that we don't really know what that looks like. So where do we take a lot of our cues from, our definitions of things? Where does
Mhm.
that come from,
Yeah.
right? Where does that come from? And so we interpret balance, we think balance means domination, we think balance means subjugation.
Mhm.
You get what
Mm,
I'm saying? At the
mhm.
end of the day, it is because we are getting our social cues, our definitions of words. We are trying to define our Afrocentric reality with a Eurocentric. You know what I'm saying? Reality. We're trying to swap one out for the other. It's a lot
Right.
going on there with that. Um, I really, really want to do a show on uh, the weaponization of Black women against Black men and
Mhm.
how we don't realize when we're being used,
Right.
right? Because
Right.
that's a big thing. That is a big thing. And again, I am not, when I'm talking to you, Ma'at, as another woman, and I'm talking
Mhm.
as a woman to other women. I'm not, this is not a male centered, I'm heavy leaning on male, none of that, right?
Mhm.
Because I can get into the males too, right?
Right.
But I would rather leave that for some brothers to do. But
Exactly.
I'm talking specifically to the woman, right? We have to really unlearn a lot of things, like a lot. We haven't seen balance in our communities for a really, really long time, if
Right.
ever on these shores, if ever on these shores, right? So we have to go back to where did our people come from and what did that look like where they come from, right? And if we do the history, if we do the search and we understand history, a lot of our communities were very egalitarian, right? This is why I put on your status that the equality piece, for example, Ma'at, yes. Is my toe important? Yes, it is. Is my
Right.
heart important? Yes, it is. But I could lose my toe and survive.
Right.
I can't if I lose my heart unless I get a transplant,
Exactly.
right? So it doesn't mean that somehow now the toe is superior. I mean, the heart is superior to the toe. No,
Mm,
the function of the heart.
yes.
Let's be clear. The function of the heart is more important than the function of the toe. If your toe is affected, other parts of your body will be affected. But if your heart is affected, you are going to die. The whole body is going to shut down. Now, do they both have important functions? Yes. But there is one that holds a little bit more important. It doesn't mean that they are, how do I say it, Ma'at? That it doesn't mean that they are superior or valued more. You just understand that their function is
Right.
a little bit more important. So when we talk about equality, it's a lot. We gotta unpack a lot. Like we have a oh child. We have a mountainous
Mhm.
we have our issues are so layered and we think that we could come and have one little conversation and resolve it, and it's like no, like
Right.
that's not how this work. You know what I'm saying? And then we get frustrated because it's like, well, why y'all keep bringing up the past? Sir, ma'am, you will never understand why your grandmother was who she is until you understand your great grandmother.
Right.
You will never understand your mother, your grandmother, your great grandmother until you understand your great great grandmother. Do I need to go any further?
Mm-hmm.
This is history. You can't decide that you go extract the what is it 2022? If you disconnect 2022 from the rest of history, do you know
Right.
what that looks like?
Right.
So that's what I'm noticing. A lot of us is like, the conversation. Why y'all keep bringing that up? Because it is important.
Mhm.
It is important. Y'all do not go and ask the Europeans or the white people.
Uh-oh, I lost you.
Yo, like what
You breaking up,
about
honey.
all the conquest? You hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Okay. No, I'm saying the minute black people is like, yo, this happened to our ancestors and they're seeking to come to our understanding of
Mm-hmm.
why we are in the position we in so that we can fix it. All of a sudden, oh, no. You don't need to do that. Why are you doing all of that? Oh, you being a victim. Oh, you really? Because my thing is, you cannot understand what forward looks like until you understand the connection to the past, or else you are bound to repeat it. So it's a lot. And I know I'm going on and on because I'm very passionate about this stuff, but women need to hold women accountable. Now, we could talk about what that accountability looks like, right?
So when we talk about like gender alignment, because I briefly touched on that about how we are gender aligned, but what I see with us being gender aligned means that it lacks accountability. So because I'm aligned with you and let's say we have a common enemy, I'm not holding you accountable. I'm just aligned with what you're thinking and how you and I'm not like pointing out that, hey sis, you got some things that you need to work on, that you need to work on too. So I think that is one of the things that we do have to talk about. How do we actually hold one another accountable? Like, how are we holding one another accountable? And like we said, like men and women do tend to do it differently. Because like when I was having the conversation with my husband, I was just like, why do black men have an issue with holding us accountable? And then the whole concept of not necessarily wanting to do things publicly because of what can happen if men do certain things publicly. But there does come a point where it says, okay, it depends on what it is. Because something that's egregious needs to be like, something that is off, just off the top, like it's a dangerous situation, or it's really happening on a level and it's continuously happening, then that's something that you might need to address in that moment. But something that I might think like, oh well, you said something to me that I don't like, I personally do want it to be addressed. I'm not necessarily going to be the one to address it, but I'm like, hey, why you didn't address that in the moment? Like, why are you trying to have this conversation behind closed door? Or why are you being so nice to this person even though that they treated me this way? So I think it's a conversation of how, because we as women, I think even when we have conversations, like we can have a conversation and you can say something to me, you can even say like, wait, hold up, like think of it this way, and I can accept that from you. But it's seeming that men are not necessarily able to do the same thing, like, so and I guess.
I disagree. I
Okay.
disagree, my aunt, on that one. I'm gonna
Okay.
go ahead and say this without putting any salt on your platform. But I'm just gonna be straightforward. I'm gonna go ahead and say the men in this space. Can I be clear on that? The men in
Mhm.
this space, the men that we are observing in this space, is who you're talking about. Okay.
Mm, okay.
I have walked into I found myself to have some dissonance entering into this space, right?
Mhm.
Because like the men in my life don't function a certain way, right? The men
Right.
in my life has discipline, right? The men in my life stand up for black women, right?
Mhm.
Um So when entering into this space, it's a lot. Like, you know how I feel. I've already said there are so many case studies to be had. So
Right.
it's not necessarily in the real world. A lot of us don't know men like what we observe and come in contact with in this space. And I'm just being very real, right?
Yeah. Right.
Um, I was telling someone the other day, I said, you know, it's very interesting because a lot of these men that I'm seeing in this space, I would not want to be behind enemy lines with. I would not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because if this is how you guys act for some subs and some visibility,
Mm-hmm.
what happens when they offer you to pay off your house? You will sell me out.
Right. That's
Because
true.
this is how you conducting yourself for subs, sir. For subs and for
Mm-hmm.
visibility. Okay? There is no accountability because everyone is trying to rub shoulders with the person that is going to give them the most visibility, right? That's what's happening. You cannot hold somebody accountable that you still need something from or want.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be clear. You're not going to do it. Why? Because in your mind, right, you're very calculated and strategic in how you approach, right? If
Mm-hmm.
somebody embarrasses me in public, you don't get to tell me, oh yeah, I talked to them in private. No, they need to fix it in public.
Okay.
They don't like that's I'm talking about our men. So
Yeah.
it's only in I'm being very honest. I'm not saying this is not a reality for some people outside of this space. But I think this conversation around accountability became centered in my mind once I enter in, and I'm gonna say the space into this side of YouTube, right? Because I'm looking at a lot of, and excuse me, a lot of clownish, goofy behavior.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Goofy. And that's me being nice. Goofy behavior, right? So when we talk about accountability, the issue is that it doesn't matter how nasty someone is or how disrespect. It's like, oh, but they still have something I need, so I'm not going to go too hard on the accountability, right? And I want to say it, but the women are watching.
Mm-hmm.
We are watching. We are watching.
Yeah.
We are seeing how matters are being dealt with. We are seeing who is who. We're watching it. So accountability in this space looks different than accountability in real life. I'm just being
Yeah.
honest.
And that's true. Um, yeah, I think that's true. I just know there have been instances like with family members where I have wanted to be dealt a certain way, a very specific way, because I wanted dealt the same energy that was given to me. I kind of wanted dealt that same way. So that's kind of what I'm speaking to, is because I think men do handle things differently
I
than
agree.
we as women would handle things. Because I'll be honest, if you come at, like, for example, and I think it depends on the different levels, because I'm gonna act differently, I'm gonna think differently, I'm gonna feel differently as if it's my child, as opposed to if it's me, or if it's opposed to if it's somebody, somebody in the store or something like that. It's going to be
Mm-hmm.
different. It's going to cause different reactions out of me. So most of the
Mm-hmm.
time it is going to be me acting more aggressive if it's my child. um
Yes.
but at the same time, I think that there have been even men in this space who I don't think are the biggest troublemakers. I
Yes.
still think they have a hard time in this space holding other men accountable. And then that goes into and we had that conversation before, along with being gender aligned. So because it's a black
Yeah.
man, and I don't want that black man, I don't want to come at that black man a certain way. I don't want that black man to look a certain way. I'm
Yeah.
not going to come at him like that. And I even asked my husband this. I said, is it a projection? Because by you not coming at that man a certain way and you're doing saying I'm going to do it behind closed doors, does that mean it's because you wouldn't want them coming at you like that?
Hmm. What do you think about us, like women? Do we hold each other do you think that we do, let's say in this space, because we're in this space, we're both
Right.
content creators, right? Do you
Mhm.
think that we hold each other accountable? Because I know what you're saying as far as the men, but
Mhm.
I'm gonna limit myself on how deep I go into that, because then I'm gonna start making a lot of assumptions and stuff like that, and judgments, because I'm also working on that space in my life, right? Because I could be very black and white if I want to. I know you don't believe that, my art, but I give you because I know you say I give people grace, but I can be very black and white if I have to, right?
Right.
That's more so the side of me that lays the law down. That's the
Mhm.
side of me that says enough is enough already. My gosh, like grow a spine.
Right.
Grow
Right.
a whole spine. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but I want to switch and ask, like, do you think what have you seen in this space or in my regular life, in my own life? We hold each other accountable, but that's my friendship
Right.
circle, right?
Right.
I do think as a woman, if I'm in a circle of women and I don't have a relationship with them, and let's say one of them says something, I'm probably going to tread cautiously how I respond or hold them accountable, but I am going to at least tell them, let's say they say something out of pocket.
Mhm.
I might just look and say, no, you know that ain't even right what you just said. I might word it like that. I might make a little light of it because I'm treading cautiously because I don't know them, right? I don't know if they have a backstory with the other person. I don't know. Um,
Right.
in this particular space, um, sheesh, Lord, oh God. In this particular space, I think that women, because we fight differently, right? We fight with
Yeah.
our words, like we slander and we tear down, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know that. I don't necessarily, I would say no. I would say no. I think that as women in this space, we tend to have the bias of gender aligning. Yes,
Mhm.
especially when it's men involved, we automatically want to run to the rescue of a woman, right? That's like an automatic thing. I think that would even happen outside of social media. I think it would. I think it's something in us and our programming that always has to see the woman as a damsel in distress. That's not just a man's perception. Women go through that. Let me
I
get,
don't. I
wait.
don't
Let
know
me
if
give
I.
you an example real quick. I told my friend yesterday, right, and we were processing this together.
Mhm.
So I'm going to talk about this on my show tomorrow. I'm going to talk about desirability politics, right,
Mhm.
and how desirability politics affect women as well, not just men.
Mhm.
Okay, so we might say some people might say what do you call it? Some people use the word pretty privilege, which I don't like to use, but
Mhm.
let's use the term for conversation's sake, right? When we use that term, we often use it as if it only applies to men, right? So I
Mhm.
went into this conversation with my friend and I say, think about people that you might know a woman follows on social media, right? um for example, the natural hair community, and I think I gave you this example already, Maat. Your hair is quote unquote 4C. You have a more coarse texture here. I'm just saying, let's say you do.
Mhm.
But when you look at the people you're following for natural hair products, all
Yeah.
of them, all of them, right?
Mhm.
First of all, most of them are racially ambiguous. And
Mhm.
then secondly, their hair texture is completely different from yours. But
Right.
girl, you are committed to buying the products that they are advertising, okay, which is sponsorship oftentimes, right? Because
Mhm.
what do you think? You think that if I buy the products that she is using, then perhaps I'm going to get the results that she has,
Right.
right? Completely ignoring genetics,
Mhm.
completely,
Mhm.
right? So women do it too, right? This idea that, oh, she looks trustworthy. What does that mean? What does that mean? Women do it to where this woman looks this way, so she must be smarter. We
Yeah.
all do it. It affects all of us. All of us. So when I talk about holding women accountable, that thing that you see where a man might let a woman who might be a little more attractive to them get away with certain things, women do the same thing too. We just don't get called out for it because it's hard to identify it, because, and if especially if we are heterosexual women, if we don't identify as homosexual women or lesbians or whatever they call it, it's harder to pinpoint it like, that's because you have a, we're not going to call it attraction, but technically that's what it is. It might not be an intimate or sexual attraction, but it's something that draws you to that person. And oftentimes it has a lot to do with the standards that you have subscribed to. The standards of beauty, the standards of intelligence, right? The standards of desirability that you've bought into. Women are victims of it as well. So go ahead and respond to the thing that I asked you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. The accountability between women.
Yeah, so I do agree for the most part. Like as far as um uh us holding each other accountable, that there's a lack of that. But I think we as Black women, we have such issues with one another that sometimes we applaud when we're seeing another Black woman being torn down too, though. So I think it's a weird dynamic, because in this space, which, I have only been in a few spaces, that as far as in this YouTube kind of space, what I have what I see is that you either have women who do hold other women accountable, or you have women who are kind of get excited about seeing another woman being torn down, because we have that issue. And I talked about that whole concept of, we've had bad relationships, bad friendships with one another. So then we have this whole concept of, well, I don't mess with, like, I don't fool with other women. I only have male friendships. And so I think that the accountability, it's hard to hold other Black women accountable, because we don't know how to take it, because we have like you said, like, we have a lack of sisterhood. So we don't know how to take account. We don't know how to receive it. I think we know how to give it. I think we know how to ridicule one another. I think we know how to judge one another, but I don't necessarily know if we really know how to receive for lack of a better word, criticism from one another. I think that it's very hard, and I think um, one thing that is really hard for us to do is, well, I think it goes to it the negativity that another Black woman is receiving. I think it perpetuates whatever you might have been feeling about, because and I told you a story before about a friend of mine, but um one thing that happens is we do have that concept of only a few of us can make it. I think we do that also as content creators. I think we sometimes forget, like, YouTube is a huge place, and we all can make it, but because society has told us that as Black women you are supposed to be in opposition of one another, we get that concept of, if she's being supported, that means that I'm not really being supported. If she's growing, that means that I'm not going to really grow. And it's a silly thing. It's a silly thing. So we start competing with one another. And I mean, we compete with one another on all levels, with our career, with our relationships, with our children. Like, we compete all at all levels. So I think accountability is hard for us because we don't even really value what we say to one another. And I'll be honest, there's certain people who I'm going to respect their opinion more than others.
Wait,
Uh,
my quick question. What are
mhm.
we competing for? What's the prize?
Right. That that's a good question. What is the prize? But we constantly compete. But what happens is we see competition in other levels. So for example, you see competition in school. Um and so you're competing. I mean, it can happen as early as elementary school. You're competing to be kind of the teacher's pet because you think that's something. And so then you start competing in higher education. You start competing in your job or whatever because we think their values because we have bought into their value system. And so we think that we have, and then we also understand that all of us necessarily are not going to be chosen in their system. Like if you ever went to a PWI, if anybody went to a PWI, you kind of understand that. You understand that a white institution, there's usually, or even like corporate jobs and stuff like that, there's a handful of black people there. So even those black people in those jobs are kind of in essence competing. I gotta be better. And then we do this silly thing like, well, why didn't you show up? Like when they do something wrong, then we say, why did you show up like that? You making me look bad. So we're competing, but then we also get upset when one of us messes up. It's a very I think it's a very convoluted relationship. I think one thing we have to do before we can even hold each other accountable, we have to heal our relationships. I don't think that
Would you
if
say the Go ahead. Go ahead.
like I don't think, for example, I don't think you could hold me accountable if I had it, like you could not hold me accountable. I could not hold you accountable if I had an issue with you. Like we couldn't hold each other accountable. It's the same thing with even people who people perceive as elders. Can an elder hold you accountable, or somebody who's perceived to be an elder if you don't respect them?
Well, I think okay. So to two things. To go back to that question, as I'm listening to you speak, it's unfolding in my mind that there has to be some sort of communal structure in place
Yeah.
for accountability to happen.
Right.
Because when you ask the question, I automatically want to say yes, if we
Mhm.
are both adhering to the same standard of living, right? If there are some things in place, like if you lived in the same house as me and there are house rules and you violate them,
Mhm.
right? The thing that I could stand on to hold you accountable would be the house rules. I
Mhm.
will refer you back to the house rules. I would say, my aunt, if you were a George, I would say, we don't conduct ourselves like that as Georges, right? That is not how Georges conduct themselves. I can hold you accountable because there is some sort of structure already in place, right? Some sort of standard in place. It sounds like what's lacking is community. And this is why we feel like we can't hold each other accountable no matter where we find ourselves, because there is really no community in that in every sense of the word, as you were saying that. But I wanted to go back to the question I asked too about what do you think the prize is. And it's like I'm listening to you and I'm like, at the end of the day, right? I know we talk about black people, but black people are still human beings, right? We
Mhm.
are human beings, even though we're saying black people, we are still talking about human beings. And at the end of the day, to me, it sounds like it's a desire to be loved.
Mm.
It's a desire. When you use the teacher's pet thing,
Right.
right? That's kind of where my mind went. I'm like, that's a desire for love, right? I
Mhm.
think it's a little more pronounced, and it's a little bit more competitive and harsh and
Mhm.
gruesome when you're dealing with people who really had no love growing up. They're
Mhm.
the most gruesome. They are the most competitive. They are the ones because they have something to prove, right? And they have something to hopefully gain, which is love, which is something they didn't get, right? And then you have those of us and how we perceive societal love, right? Because at the end of the day, we're dealing with social capital. Okay.
Mm.
If I am accepted, because acceptance or followers or subscribers is then interpreted for some of us as love.
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
It's I must be doing something right if I'm getting this much attention. So at the
Yeah.
end of the day, it's interpreted as love. So I don't want to dehumanize us by saying simply because we're black people, that is not what's happening here. It is
Mhm.
happening. A lot of people are really just out here really wanting to be loved. And some of us are willing to go to whatever extent it takes to
Mhm.
feel seen and to feel visible and to feel loved. So yeah, I just
Yeah.
wanted to add that. Mhm.
Yeah. That's a good point. That is the prize, and that reminds me of what Dr. Joy talks about as vacant esteem. And so we are that's what we're in essence when we talk about like our value and the validation. We're being validated by something else that is outside of ourselves. So yeah, that's a good point. I wanted to address, and peace to I saw Danique come in. Peace to you. Thank you for coming through, brother. And Awa, peace. Thank you for coming through as well. Um, it's something that, sometimes I don't know um if I should address some of these things that Snuggles says. But can she please he said, Snuggles, can she please explain how does the nature of men work? And can she also explain how does the nature of women work? I don't know if you want to address that, Hanifa. I'm not sure if that you got that from what she was saying. Um, that are buying the products. It's very interesting how she has ever put into thought that maybe the people that are buying the products may be of their hair to be like that, not of what they naturally have. I can't. I don't understand
Wait,
that.
let me read that. Put that back up.
Okay.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Has she ever put into thought that maybe the people that are buying the products, maybe of their hair to be like that, not of what they naturally have? I think that's kind of, I'm hoping, I think that's kind of what I said, that they are buying the products, right? With the
Mhm.
hope that they will have the same outcome of someone who has a completely different hair texture that is
Mhm.
probably solely based in genetics. So they are willing
Yeah.
to bypass genetics, right? And they will go and buy all these products. Okay. Why? And now this can get deep. This can get
Mhm.
deep. It is because they're looking at that person's hair as beautiful.
Right.
That is the more beautiful texture here. That is the more celebrated hair texture. And so
Mhm.
now, because it is, I desire to have it. And I mean, this is, I mean, I think about this. We know that this is genetics, but
Mhm.
we get so caught up in the whole desirability piece of it that we completely forget about genetics and we
Right.
zoom in on the product that's being presented, right? So, what does
Mhm.
that mean? Our ability to think critically, to think logically, right? To think
Mhm.
based on the information that we already have, we completely discard that information and our desire and our want and our desperation
Mhm.
to acquire what is considered beautiful consumes facts.
Right.
So we go to the Walmart shelf and we buy at least three of the products that is presented. Why? Because we want to have quote unquote beautiful hair like that person. Then you could go back to because we don't find our own hair. Man, come on, man. This, like I said, this is layers. We can peel this back all
Right.
day long.
Right.
And if
Right.
we're being, and I can have this conversation, I'm bald. Y'all can't come for me. I ain't got no hair to talk about. Okay. But I've been there. I had locks. I had an afro. I've worn my hair natural. I've had perm. I know what this looks like amongst
Mhm.
women.
Oh
We
yeah.
don't talk about it, just like we are not willing to have a real honest conversation around why we are constantly wearing hair that doesn't even look like our hair texture. We don't want to have that conversation. Why? Why? Because accountability means vulnerability. We ain't ready to be vulnerable and transparent because it will require us to make some difficult changes, and it will require us to heal some wounds that we are too busy hiding.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a loaded conversation. So that's what I wanted to respond to. That is a thing. I feel like he's saying what I said, but it's just at the end, and it sounds a little confusing. But I'm saying that they desire that person's hair texture, right, over their own.
Right.
So they push aside all knowledge and all facts that they already know, that genetics also play a part in this. They completely ignore that and really are convinced within themselves that the hair texture that they desire is beautiful can be found in a jar on a shelf in Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can tear this down, and maybe we need to have a whole show on it, because really, honestly, because even the whole natural hair movement, where you see now that we're like constantly manipulating our hair to a certain point. We want the curls, we want the bounce, we want all of these different things. Not saying that anything is wrong with that, but what are we saying that we want to do all of those things, and kind of get in that looser curl pattern, and what is that mimicking when we're doing all of those things? So when we're saying that this is a layered conversation, it's extremely layered because we are looking at these videos now, and you see it on Instagram, you see it on YouTube, you see how like they have all these products, and everybody's like, what products did you use? What are all of these different, all this stuff. How long did it take you to do this? How long did it take you to grow out your hair like that? How long, all of these things are in, and then you see like the natural hair care product now. It's like it's $1 million business now. Like because everybody's trying to find something that they can put in their hair so that they can get a certain kind of curl pattern or certain bounce or certain whatever. Now, we can also have the conversation of saying that our hair has the ability to do all of these things, because our hair does have the ability to do some amazing things. So we can have that conversation too. But yeah, it's extremely layered when we talk about how we look at ourselves, and how we look at other people and what we desire. And it's not just hair, right? It's skin tone, it's what we value. And even when we talk about the prize and what that really means, because if I change myself, and I talked about makeup and contouring and all of that, if I change myself, then that means that more of about my validation and more about being accepted by who, like who am I trying to get accepted by? Okay. Do Black people even like being Black? What does it to be Black? Can someone explain to Black people have a certain nature about them naturally, or do they allow themselves to be subdued by everyone? Okay. Whose job is it by nature to restore order? Is it the man or the woman? And what does autumn look like? Autumn, like as in fall? Are you talking about the season autumn? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay, so we answered about the prize. They're talking the snuggles there. If white fragility has effect on someone's psyche, whose job is it to change? Are you asking whose job is it to change? Well, it's our job to heal ourselves. It's nobody else's job. The whole problem is that we are seeking things outside of ourselves anyway. Like that's the whole issue. That we're constantly seeking things outside of ourselves. But we do have to understand the programming that's happening. That, just like Hanifa, when you said that balance, we don't even know really what balance looks like, because can we really say that balance has ever existed while we've been here on this in this in this Americas. Like, so we don't really know what that actually looks like. And we're grasping for it. We're grasping at, I think in essence we're kind of grasping at straws, because do we actually know what true balance looks like in our relationships, in our communities? And we do have to start having more of a community where we understand the ramifications, the accountability aspect. We have to start having actual elders in our community that we have to start having some structure. That's what it comes to. We have to
Yeah,
have
because I agree. Because without it, like I said, if let's say you and I, we are initiated into the same system, you know what I mean, and let's say we both are aware of that, and I look at you at as my sister because we both kind of went through that same initiation, right?
right.
When you are doing something out of an alignment with that, I can hold you accountable because
Hmm.
we both are committed to a system. So I
Right.
can go back and I could say, well, the 42 laws of my art states this, right?
Hmm.
And you are walking out of alignment with that, right? I can do that, right? So now let's say you meet me as a stranger. I don't know anything about you. You don't know anything about me. Okay. And we meet, but we understand that we come from under the same initiation, right? Under the same system. Even if because I don't have to know your entire historical background, my aunt. If in that moment when I meet you, you are walking out of alignment of that thing that the both of us say we are pledged to and we are committed to, I can hold you accountable in that moment, right? Now, you can have the conversation with me and say, well, you don't understand what happened to me. You don't understand the context. You don't understand what led up to it, right? We can have that conversation. But you know what doesn't change? The facts. The
Hmm.
facts. The
Hmm.
fact that you are walking out of alignment right now, that still doesn't change.
Hmm.
And that's specifically what I'm holding you accountable for. Now we could have the conversation and I could be like, well, you know what? Why don't we talk about, some things? This is when I get real therapeutic, I guess. Let's
Hmm.
talk about some things that you could do different, right? Have you decided to meet up with a professional so you could start unpacking some of these things? Now we can have that conversation. But it doesn't change the fact that you needed to be held accountable because you had strayed away from the standard that we both say we have committed to and have aligned with. Do you get what I'm saying? I
Right.
don't need to know your full history to hold you accountable in that moment. But when we talk
Right.
about the collective, whether in this space or outside of this space, I think that there's a lack of community,
Hmm.
right? And there is no structure and no standard to go by. So it's
Hmm.
hard to hold people accountable. I
Right.
can only hold you accountable if I make you aware of my standards and you still try to violate those standards. If
Hmm.
I have set my boundaries very clear in this space or outside of this space, and you seek to not to bulldoze through that wall that I've set up, then I can hold you accountable because I've already made clear to you what my boundaries are, right? But in this particular space or outside, when you talk about the collective, it's very difficult because we're all coming from all different walks of life. Like that's real.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that can be difficult as well. So it's hard to talk about accountability in this space. It really is. I've come to accept that.
Yes.
And so no matter what I feel, no matter how I feel about the situation, I've just decided to mark myself absent, right? Because there's a lot of conversation about remaining neutral. And
Hmm.
I have my whole idea about neutrality and how we are interpreting it in this space.
Right.
I am not neutral. I am absent. Thank you
Mm.
very much. Okay. That means that I am not involved at all.
Right.
Neutral means I'm standing in the middle, but I'm still in it.
Hmm.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? But I'm just in the middle. Neutral is saying I'm in it, but I'm not choosing a side. I am not neutral. I am absent.
Right.
Don't call me up about it. Don't call me would you no. Not no. No. Because we talk about protecting our peace. My peace came with me into this space.
Hmm.
And when I turn off the computer, my peace goes with me.
Yes.
So when you
Yes.
come about preserving your peace and all of that, I'm like, no, just mark me absent. I will not be there.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So accountability is hard. And once you accept that in this space, then you just be about your business.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that is, whatever your purpose for coming into the space is, then you get back on your center and you focus on that, because you realize that in this space there is no structure and there's no standard established for Black people in this space. So
Mm.
what accountability are we really talking about? What we're
Right.
talking about is projection of each other's own value systems and morals
Yeah.
onto each other. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I mean, that's very true. And yeah, that's very true. I'm not gonna say much more to that. That's very true. We ourselves are the prize. Once we conquer what we said others could never amount to us as ourselves. That's a true statement, TR baby. Um, what does beauty standards look like for every group, if you don't mind me asking? Beauty standards. So right now, the beauty standard is what white or you it's the Eurocentric beauty standards. So even our beauty standards, in a sense, unless we have unlayered all of that, most of us have not unlayered what our beauty standards. We're still seeing what has been pushed upon us, which is Eurocentric beauty standards. That's what's still being projected. There's a whole concept of the what I call the Black European. I'm not gonna tackle that right now because I don't really feel like getting all the comments. But you know, because I know people be trying to come for me in these comments, but
Don't do it, my aunt. Don't do it.
all
It's
I,
hard. It's hard for us. I'm realizing these particular conversations. I mean, I'll have these conversations with you all day, online, offline. What I'm realizing is that it's hard for us to really have these conversations because we would rather attack each other than
mm-hmm,
deal with, like you said, the elephant in the room. That's
yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's hard for us to really unpack these conversations because we just don't have the courage right now. A lot of us just don't, because we are still too very much invested in getting ahead in this particular paradigm,
yeah,
right? We're too invested in getting to the top of the bottom. That's my favorite thing.
yep,
Okay, we don't care that we still at the bottom. At least I'm at the top of the bottom.
right,
That's a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am still higher up than you are. I know there's still the bottom, but I'm still at the top of the bottom. It's a weird kind of like situation, and we shy away from the conversations, my art, because it's an unraveling that happens. You know what I
mm-hmm,
mean? It's because we are then going to have to be forced to do something about it. And a lot of us are just not there. We're just not there psychologically, we're not there financially, we're not there physically, we're just not there. And so it's like we're not ready to have those type of conversations. It's hard. And I don't blame our people. I really don't. I go a little hard on us because I get frustrated and disappointed in us in
mm-hmm,
certain capacities. But my understanding of the why of our behaviors is kind of what keeps me sane in all of it, right?
yeah,
I think that's what keeps me sane, and that's what keeps me hopeful in change. But it's hard, my aunt. It's hard. Like, look at you just now, what you just said. I ain't trying to have y'all come for me now. You know what I'm saying? In the comment section. Okay, and I know we're laughing about it, but there are people who are terrified. Like, you're saying that lightly, but there are
yeah,
people who are literally terrified to
mm-hmm,
have conversations. And I'll say this lastly. One of the things that I realized, and I was processing this, is that a lot of our families are very much mixed up,
yeah,
right? So we don't want to talk about those issues because we think then we're talking about our nephew and our
mm-hmm,
nieces, and like it's very difficult, specifically when we talk about interracial stuff. We cannot. That's a sensitive topic. I didn't know it was such a sensitive topic until I came into this space. I'm like, Lord.
Yeah.
But I understand, I'm starting to understand more and more what it's about. Like, people are afraid of being labeled, of not being able to get ahead because of something that they said, right? That's
Right.
something that I'm noticing. But I agree with you. You said a long time ago, some of our conversations have to happen offline anyway.
Yeah. And they do. They do have to have, like, I think my cuz are we really for real if we having these conversations online, like on their platforms? Are we really for real? Like, are we just playing? Like, I mean, I think that's how we connect with one another, cuz obviously, like, I wouldn't know you if it hadn't been for this space. But at the same time, it's just like we have to start having these conversations behind doors and be very for real. I remember something that you said. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what platform we were on, but I remember you saying that when it comes down to it, like, it in your community, everybody was talking, but then when it really came down to it, it was only a handful of y'all who were really coming, who were showing up. So, it's the crowd is big when it's like, when it's kind of like play. When it's play, the crowd is big. But when it gets to be serious, when it gets to be for real, it seems like that crowd dwindles down. Because when it really comes down to wanting to remove ourselves from certain situations, we also have a fear of that. We have a fear of, can I survive without white folks? Like, that's a real fear in some people. Like, we're like, we can't do that. Like, we can't survive without them. So it's a concept of, if we're really going to do this, if we're really going to say, like, we're about community, we're going to start building this thing, we do have to have these conversations behind closed doors. But the reality is, it's going to be far fewer of us having those conversations and doing the work, and we have to be okay with that. We have to be okay, because, I mean, David Banner said it. He said, revolution, being a revolutionary or whatever, it has to look appealing. Like, it doesn't look appealing right now. Like, us saying things like, departing from, like, societal norms and all that kind of stuff, that's not appealing. Because most people, what do they think? They think, like, you're going to be, like, living like a Quaker or something. So that doesn't sound appealing. It sounds more appealing, to continue to chase the bag, continue to participate in their structures, even though it's not really great for us because we're at the bottom. But we're okay at being at the bottom of their systems, because it still feels, in a sense, it still feels good to us. If we really had to put in the work, what does that look like, and what would that feel like? And it will be uncomfortable. That
It's
is.
like it's like being excited to be a part of the Olympic Games, even though you lost.
Yes. Yes. Even though you're going to lose. You
Yeah,
know that 7 or 6 other people are going to win, but you're just like, I'm just glad to be here.
yeah, and not six, not just 6, 7 other people are going to win. 6, 7 other people have already gone around the track. They've already lapped about 16 times to your
Mhm.
starting time, but it don't
Right.
matter. I'm just glad to be a part of the Olympics, because that is a big accomplishment. That
Yes.
is really what we are talking about. It's an accomplishment.
Mhm.
Don't mind me. I placed last. I mean last, right?
Mhm.
I was like way behind the last person on the track. But it
Mhm.
doesn't matter, because listen, how many people could say they made it to the Olympics? How many
Right.
people could say that they touched the tracks? Or how many people could say they were seen on TV? Again, comfortable with the top of the bottom. And as long as you're comfortable with the top of the bottom, you are not going to fight against there even being a bottom in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to fight the injustices as to why your people are there in the first place. Because
Right.
for you, it's like, yeah, I get it. We at the bottom, but I'm still a little richer than you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still a little more educated than you.
Yep.
Right? I still live in a better place than you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In this space, I still got more subs than you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's wild. It is
Right.
wild. Oh, oh man. Oh my aunt, I just get fired up because I just been like really trying to stay centered,
Yeah.
right? And I have, like I said, I have good people around me, starting with the man in this house that
Mm-hmm.
keeps me grounded, that reels me in. I also am learning in these spaces. If I come into a space, I come in, not with you because you're a woman, I'm talking to you now. But
Mm-hmm.
if I go on a platform and there's a bunch of men or whatever, I say what I gotta say and I leave out, right?
Yeah.
Because sometimes those things just become like they can become not all, but they can become disrespectful very quickly,
Yeah.
right? And so
Yeah.
for me, it's like I say what I gotta say and I move out because at the end of the day, I live with someone who I know, what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
It just ain't gonna go down like that. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Right.
So for me, I try to, pay attention to how I carry myself. But I don't know, I don't even, I mean, there are spaces on YouTube that I go to now that I'm going back to the way I used to be, which was I would come on and I would listen to lectures. I would listen to some people live talk about community building. And these are
Mm-hmm.
people that I can actually go and meet up with in real life, right?
Exactly.
Whether it's flying to another state, whether it's driving 30 minutes away because they're doing work in the community. And I can go down there and say, okay, yeah, I'm going to link with them and we're going to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are the type of people now that I'm kind of like more focused on listening to. If someone has a good interview, there are still brothers on here I respect, I'll support, I'll show my love. It is what it is. Um, I probably wouldn't trust you 100% though, and I'm just gonna say it like that. But
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't mean that there's any love lost, right? We think that in order to support someone, we have to be in alignment with them, and that's not true. You could literally support looks like, hey, I want you to win. I also
Mm-hmm.
want you to evolve and I want you to be a better person. So I'm going to cheer you on towards that. But aligning with some, like if you are off your rockers or off your center, how am I? I am not aligning with that, right? But it doesn't mean that I have to hate you for it. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's just really learning how to navigate the space. I'm learning that. We're new here, my aunt. I'm learning it even with the women. There are very few women in this space that I would want to like collab with, even, right? Because I'm like, okay, this is what you're focused on, and that's really not what I'm focused on. It doesn't mean what you're focusing on is less important than what I want to focus on. It just means that it's not in alignment with what I'm focused. You get what I'm trying to say? So I might pass through and say, hey, peace or whatever, just to show my support. I might hit the like button. There are different ways to support people. There is. You know what I mean? But I'm learning. I'm learning. I just don't think there can be no real accountability. And I think the sooner we accept that fact, the better we are at navigating the space, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, that's very true. Because I said it way couple months ago. I was saying that. I said, the thing is it's what we're choosing to engage in. I say all the time, it's like you change up your algorithm. You do that, you can do that in your real life. You can change up your algorithm in your real life if you're constantly being bombarded with toxicity, or and sometimes you got to check to see if you're a toxic person. But also, that is what we do here in these spaces. Like, I tell you, like, now I don't get hardly anything. All you see is a bunch of health and fast, because when I'm fasting, it helps me to watch fasting videos.
It
So that's
does.
why.
Yes, it
Yeah.
does. You need all the support you can get, child.
So I'll be sitting up there watching fasting videos. I'll be sitting up there watching like strength training videos and stuff like that. That just I'm thinking about changing up my hair and stuff like that. So I'll be been watching watching things like about my hair and stuff because I'm thinking about getting locks. So I'm like watching lock videos. So that's the stuff, and then watching things that I used to watch. Watching um things that and then even things like that you have suggested to me, watching stuff like that, because it's just like I know when I walk away from those things, I don't feel depleted. I feel like, oh, okay, like I feel like I have a great outlook on life. When certain things you watch, you feel like depleted when you walk away. And you also have a sense of, man, like what's wrong with us? Like
And
what's
frustrated and
yeah.
frustrated. I've experienced the frustration piece.
Mhm.
And then now I have to go and parent. You know what I
Yes.
mean? I have to go and parent. I have to
Mhm.
go and love on the person I with. I have to go and interact with them, and then you find that, yo, why do I feel this tension, right, in my body? Okay,
Yes.
yeah, because the body carries that energy. Like energy is real. And I know we like to play it down sometimes, but it's a real thing. Like transference of energy is a real thing. What we consume affects how we behave.
Yep.
Okay, because the subconscious mind is often driving most of what we do, and
Mm.
most of what we consume is stored there. So we really have to think about that. But yes, I've been on lives or whatever, and I leave and I feel that tension in my body or that frustration. And so what happens, Maat? You're kind of more on the health kick than I am. Like you're the healer here, okay?
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. No.
No,
Okay.
listen, you the healer. I just come through with the fire and tear it down, and you to come in and build it back up, sweetie. Okay, I'm saying, I'm saying, what happens when our stress levels are elevated, Maat? What
Mhm.
happens? It affects what we eat, what we choose to
Yep.
eat, all
Mm.
of these things, right? So you thinking now, why all of a sudden I desire junk food?
Yep.
Now you have to look at what you were consuming, and not necessarily through your mouth, but through your eyes and through your ears. What have you been consuming? Because now your stress levels are up. Why?
Mhm.
You feel like you were just in a fight. Why?
Mhm.
All of that matters. So I'm just like, it's a lot. You're right. I agree with you. And the algorithm is in your control.
Your
Your
control.
algorithm is simply a mirror, in my opinion.
Yep. And to anyone who needs that assistance, go to your history and delete all those toxic videos you've been watching, and that'll start cleaning it up. And then you go watch something. Just go search something. Just go put in, I don't know. Just go put in something like how to heal yourself. I don't know. Just put something in there like that. Or just go watch all my Wednesdays videos. Go watch those and see how your algorithm change.
You have to
Because
put, so you have to go in your history and delete them.
yeah, that helps. If you go in your history and you delete that out of your history, that will help your algorithm.
I thought like if it's a page, I think you can click on like something and it tells you like
Yeah, you
you can
can
tell
do
them
that
not to
too.
recommend.
Yeah, you can do that too. But if
Okay.
it's still in your history, sometimes it will still recommend it.
Oh.
So delete it out your history, and then when it comes up, then you say don't recommend channel.
Well, isn't this some ish? Even the AI understands history and how that works. And
Mm-hmm.
we out here talking about it don't matter. My
Yeah.
app is breaking it down right now by way of technology, by way of these platforms, and saying you're going to have to go back in your what? History
Yep.
to
Yep.
find out what you need to fix. So
Mm-hmm.
that going forward, your algorithm becomes what you want it to be. See how important history is? There go a lesson right there.
There you go. There it is. Boom. All right. So we're gonna start ending. I do want because okay, Snuckle says, is it being neutral the same as I have a being weak or even being for the opposition? What do you think about that, Hanifa?
No, I think neutral to me is simply saying, I don't want to choose a side, right? That's saying that. However, so this is how I my analogy for neutrality, specifically when there's like stuff going down in the space,
Mm-hmm.
is usually the way I break it down is more so like, okay. Oh God. No, okay, I'm just gonna answer the question straight. No, it's not necessarily being for the opposition. It's you literally saying that I am refusing to choose a side.
Mm-hmm.
But I am still here for either side. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Right.
even if one side is wrong, you are willing to say, yeah, they are wrong, but I still get down with them. Do you get what I'm saying? Or yes, you are right, but I am not willing to completely turn my back on these other people. That's really
Mm-hmm.
what neutrality looks like to me in this space. Um, and then so that's why I said for me, I just mark yourself absent. Just get out of it altogether.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like leave the neighborhood. That's it.
Right.
Look at Tracy hyping you up. Look at
Right.
this. Look at this.
Okay.
Tracy's like, no, we want the smoke. We want the smoke.
If you don't blame your people, how would you expect anyone to change? Okay. Okay, y'all. I am going to wrap up here. Y'all have really been going like really hard in this chat. So for real, because when you are fasting, a cheeseburger pops up, those tempt me. Yeah, yeah, I mean that's why I tend to on my days, especially if I'm having an like hard time like with my detoxing and stuff or fasting or whatever. That really helps me either to stay really busy or to look at videos that really helps. Um okay, he said to get rid of old searches too.
Oh, okay. Old searches. Wow. Okay.
You can put a pause. Oh yeah. Yes, you can put a pause. Uh-huh. Yep, you sure can. Okay. Well, yeah, so this conversation it was really good. Thank you Hanifa for coming up because I think that what we're seeing one is a lack of order in our community, lack of structure. So we need to figure out how to have more structure. And I think there are people in this space that are having some really great conversations about how we can get on track.
I
And
agree. I agree.
and
Someone just sent me someone the other day too. I'll share her with you. But someone, sorry, someone inboxed me a sister. I guess they thought that I would be interested in her. And
mhm,
I think she doesn't really do lives. Well, I think she does, but it's not like long. But
mhm,
I just incorporated her into my I subscribe to her. You know
mhm.
what I mean? And so I'm working on my algorithm too, child.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it definitely helps. Peace to Sir Hill. Peace, Sir Hill. Thank you for coming
Hi,
through.
Sir Hill.
But yeah, it definitely helps because I told you once I'm done with somebody, I'm done. So I don't want to see you. I don't want to see it. I don't want your energy. I don't want it around me. So I just end up really detaching, and that's just for my peace of mind. Like it's not even necessarily about the person. It's just my peace of mind, and I have to have that peace because I know what it can do. And just like you said, it can affect your how you interact with your children, and then your kids be like, why you talk, well, what I do. And so it's really important, but like I said, I think there are people in this space that are really having these conversations, and we have to start also having these conversations behind closed doors if we really really are wanting to build community, really wanting to get that structure, really wanting to hold each other accountable and having the ability to hold one another accountable and having healing spaces, And, there's some things that I'm thinking about. Anybody who has any ideas, please inbox me on Instagram, email me at, speakmyeye@gmail.com, because this is a serious matter for me. And I have been kind of taking a step back because it can get overwhelming sometimes. You kind of wonder, like, am I making a dent? You know? Um, so, it's something that I do want to really um have an impact. And there's some things that I've been just even some things I want to talk to you about, Hanifa. But
I was just about to say. I was
yeah.
just about to say. I'm like sitting down here, like, should I text her this or should I unmute and tell her it? I was just gonna say, I'm gonna call you when we get off,
Okay.
about that damn situation, because I think that you might have to rethink how you are defining impact. Um,
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
it, are you using someone else's measurement of what impact looks like?
Right.
And the reason why I say that is because I used to always say, like, working with children, I
Mhm.
started to look at children this way. Once I did that, it helped me tremendously, because you can be in spaces where there's so much trauma that you
Mhm.
feel like, are you really making a difference? Like, it's
Right.
really
Right.
overwhelming. But when I started to look at one child, not just as one child, but one child is actually one family.
Mhm.
One family is one community. Do you see
Mhm.
how that works? So if
Right.
you have one child, that child is usually connected to other people. They're
Right.
usually connected to family. So if you could change the mindset of that child, right? That child could go on and change the mindset of multiple people in that family.
Very true. Very true.
You see what I'm saying? So we're gonna talk about it offline, because you might have to rethink your definition of impact. But okay.
Yes. Yeah, and that's very true, because even when we talk about how we're raising our children, because sometimes we get in a mindset of, like, okay, I'm raising my children this way, but because I do sometimes worry, like, about who my children are gonna connect with. But one thing that we do have to understand as parents is that we are, the things that we're teaching our children, they are eventually going to even teach, they can teach their peers, or they're going to teach other people that they're around, or even their children, so. And that's why even my web, my other things that I do is generational health revolution, because it's about changing the next generation and the generations that come after us. So I do agree with that. And I think because we look so big too, we look at things and we're looking at it like, I'm trying to impact, I'm trying to change the whole world. And it doesn't seem like the whole world is changing. So am I really doing something? But we are changing certain things. Even what I say, the trajectory of our family. Like, there are some things that we're doing as parents, the way that we eat, the way that we teach, the way that we think, that is vastly different. And so we are changing something, but it might not look, because we also have that dynamic of, we want to be as big as some other people, right? Like, we see them as being really like the like like we want to be like the other major content creators, like, who have millions or thousands of followers. But then we say, like, are we really making a difference if we only have this? Even though, and I say this all day long, I really appreciate the people who are subscribed to me, because I feel very honored and humbled that there are 244 people that saw value in my channel. So I appreciate my subscribers. But I think that is the thing, because like, when you talked about a while ago, and we talked about, like, chasing the bag and that whole concept, everyone thinks that they're supposed to be um a high earner, or everyone thinks that they're supposed to be an entrepreneur. Everyone thinks that they're supposed to be a mom boss, right? Like,
Rich,
everyone. Right.
rich.
Right.
Wealthy. Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
right. Everyone thinks they're supposed to be living in a certain type of house, having a certain type of car, sending their kids to a certain type of school. We have all of that. So when we're in that, we're constantly in that. And I'm not saying anything is wrong with that, but we're in that constantly in that mindset. We never think what we're doing is valuable enough or good enough because we're always thinking that we have to be chasing something more and more and more. I think there's certain things that we just, I would love to have to even have the conversation about, can we be successful behind closed doors? Like, and what I mean by that is, do I have to, let's say I do want to, create generational wealth. Does it have to be shown to everybody in the whole world that I have that? I
Good
think
point. That's a good
what,
point. Does
like,
it have to be broadcasted?
right, it doesn't have
Mhm.
to be broadcasted. Like, can I just be, because I'll be honest with you, I just be over somewhere on an island sipping on uh green drink or tropical juice somewhere, and not necessarily having to be where I have to show everywhere. And I said it even on your channel that it's more, I said that, it's a concept that everything has to be shown, but the best things in our life are not broadcasted. Like when you're on vacation, if you're having the time of your life, you're not broadcasting that. If you are really so deep in your spiritual practice, you're not really broadcasting it like that. And so it's like people who give to the poor, they want to broadcast it now. Like, you just give it. And so it's a lot of it, it's a lot of things that I think, even Sir Hell, like, um is talking about on his channel. And he says, for Black people right now, we need to broadcast until wealth is normal. Okay, so do you mean, and we do need to do that? You're saying that we need to see
He's
that because
saying yes. He's saying that yes. He thinks that for Black people, for us right now, we should be broadcasting it until wealth is normal in our community and I guess within our thinking as a collective. He's saying it should be broadcasted,
okay, okay.
if for no other reason.
Hmm. Okay, so it should be until it's normalized, until wealth is normalized. Hmm. Okay. I would say that broadcasting it in the way that we're broadcasting it is not necessarily normalizing it to me. I think it's more of, it's still, because I think for a lot of people it still seems like it's hard to attain. I think that especially when we know that it's that a lot of things are happening in front of the camera, but what is really happening behind the camera? Because when we're broadcasting wealth, we're not necessarily showing the steps to attain it either. We're not saying like, hey, this is hard work. We're just saying, I follow some really some women on Instagram who, who are considered like, mom bosses and things like that. And in a sense, sometimes I'm like, y'all really making it sound too easy. Y'all know that this takes some work. Y'all know this takes sleepless nights. Y'all know that this is taking you sometimes away from your children. So we have to be honest though, when we're talking about wealth and how to attain it. And then sometimes the people who need it the most, it's hard for them to attain because they don't have the funds to get it. So I think it's a lot of things there. We've talked about this before. The people who need certain things the most have the hardest time actually getting it. Because even people who need healing, we know, even like in the conscious community, there are seminars and conferences that are hundreds of dollars. And I understand paying people for their worth, and for their education and for what they've done. But, if we're going to get serious about our community, what does that really look like? Does that look like, I don't know, do we offer scholarships? Do we offer something that's going to help? Because the majority of people are can only afford their bills and barely can afford that. So they don't have the money to even, when we talk about therapy, people going to therapy, that's an issue too, because a lot of people can't afford to go to therapy. So it's a lot of things in our community that we talk about, and we can post it and we can normalize it. And I do agree with that. I do agree with normalizing certain things in our community. But then how do we teach to attain those things? And I think that's the bridge that we need to build. So we can normalize it by showing it, but how do we build the bridge so people feel like it's attainable? Because I've heard conversations where people say, like, I see that, but I don't feel like it's actually attainable. And that is for me, that I can actually do it. That person can do it because they whatever, but can I actually do it? So we have to start having those conversations as well, for people who want to have wealth, want to have other things, want to heal, want to do all these things, but don't know how to actually attain it. Okay, so we say, does the communities you're talking about really have wealth according to the data? And what does the wealth of other communities look like in comparison, if you don't mind me asking? And that's what Hanifa was talking about. It's still the bottom. There's just at the top of the bottom, right? Because even when you think about the people who are in the top percentile of actual wealth, we not really up there. So we're talking about, honestly, we're still talking about the bottom. It's just what you call the bourgeois. I can't even say the word. The bougie folks, they're at the top of the bottom, but they're looking down at the people who are, and that's what we're talking about. Even when we talk about in the YouTube spaces, we talk about being we're looking down. Other content creators are looking down on other content creators because they have the top of the bottom. Because we know that even when you get to 1,000 subscribers, which is a great thing, you don't look down at somebody else who has 400 subscribers and say, oh, you only got 400 subscribers. What are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about here? You only got 400. You ain't on my level. You're not on my level because you got 400 subscribers. But you're not at the top yet. So, so I think that's what we're kind of talking about, because wealth in the Black community is not necessarily it's not the same.
We are, if I could just speak to what you just spoke to, since you mentioned in this space, the idea of attaching value to subscribers is disrespectful as hell.
Yeah.
Okay, to
Yeah.
to each other, it really is, right?
Right.
To look and say this person has more value because they have more following, or this person has less value and less worth because they have less following, is really ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. And to see us deal with each other in that way, in that capacity, is really unfortunate to watch it play out. It really is. But I think it's just it's what all it is translating over into this space, how we feel about ourselves internally, how we feel about ourselves as a collective. It just translates over into this space, because let's take it off of social media. I've been in spaces where someone has done the research, right, on a certain topic. Someone has, put the effort, years probably, right, into time, resources into doing research, and they present something, and someone would challenge them about what their what degree do they have, you know what I mean, like, and I'm just like, even our idea of education, we need to re-examine. what it means to be educated on something, right?
Mhm.
Can one be educated outside of, college, or can it? Like, what is education? What does that look like, right?
Right.
Would you consider someone that studied the same thing you studied for the same amount of time you studied, but just outside of the college level, right? Would you consider them on the same level as you because they don't have the paperwork? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, we really have to re-examine just how we define certain things, and then how we use them and we weaponize them against each other. Because
Yeah.
when we peel back the weaponization of some of these things, what we will find there is really self-hate. And self-hate translates as a hate towards the collective. Because
Mhm.
I cannot like my reflection if I do not like myself.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And oh, you said something and I lost my thought. But we I said we need to change the mindset around how we look at wealth broadcasting. How to get there needs to become how to get there. It needs to be more of a norm. That's very true. Wealth should be shown in a healthy way. Right now, it's being shown through rappers, football players, and actors. But what about engineers and welding and different trades? And that goes, and I think I remember now, that goes to like what you were saying, Hanifa, because education, there are people who are self-educated who are making great money. And then there's people who have the diploma, they have the degree, and they are, you know, not making any hardly any money, or they're making minimum wage. Like, that's a real thing in our community, because we've all been taught, like, well, we've all, this is something that, we were told when we were in school. You go get your paper, go get your diploma, and you're going to be something. You're going to make something of yourself. You're going to have certain things. And so that is what we've all been taught. And then now we're seeing that that's not true. And so what do you see now? You see the next generation saying, well, I don't really think that I need to um go to college, because I think I can, I can be just as I can be just as successful without it. And so we are seeing a shift. But we are still seeing a lot of people who are holding up their diplomas, holding up their degrees, and saying, look at me, I have a degree. And you're not as good as me because you don't have that degree, even though that person can be just as successful, or if not more successful. um so you can have 5,000 subscribers and have bad content. Yes. And you have 100 subscribers and be dope. The goal isn't the number, it's the impact. Yes. Very, I agree with that, Sir Hell. So, I think that a lot of times when you see, and I'm not gonna say a lot of times, but that's why I say sometimes the people who have a great impact, they do go at a slower pace. There's a content creator, and I don't even want to call him a content creator, because it's just like he has like some really amazing content as far as for the Black community, and he's had some really great Black scholars on his platform. And he's at, I think, goodness, maybe 50,000 subscribers now. But that took a while. That took years. I mean, he's been on here at least more than a decade, at least more than a decade. And so, it is about the impact that you are making, and the value that you're adding, because there are people who I've seen that have gone from 0 to 50,000 in like a year, but it's a lot of confusion on their platform as well. So
Well, there go that word impact again, but we back at it. Back
yeah.
to the word impact again. And it's sort of like, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, that's true. That's very
You know
true.
what I mean? Like, what does that mean? Because I think when
Well,
we're
would you
talking,
rather say like value then? Is it about the value that you're do you think that's, or is that synonymous?
so I don't know. So here's what I'm trying to say to you. So you have Inya in here, right? Inya is listening to your content. So we talk about, you like you question whether you're making a dent or not, right?
Right.
Inya is I don't know how many children Inya got, but Inya, I'm not going. please don't hold this against me. Let's say Inya have 5 children. Okay. Inya is coming here and she's getting information, right? That's why I say we have to stop seeing individuals as just individuals. Because
Right.
what impact you make, an impression, an imprint you make on Inya is now going to be affect 5 children,
Mm-hmm.
right, are going to benefit from it. Do you see how that works?
Yeah.
Then those 5 children are going to go into the world, and people who come into contact and interact with those 5 children, okay, are then
Mm-hmm.
going to be imprinted and impacted just from information that came from your platform to Inya's children.
Right.
Individuals are never just individuals. And I say that because that helped me tremendously over the years. Even if
Mm-hmm.
it's one person, right? You have to know that that one person is connected to somebody else.
Yeah.
So Enya might be one person in your chat, but Enya is connected to 6 other people in her home, her 5 children and her husband. Do you see how
Right.
that works? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. So I think what I'm getting from that is the impact that you have an impact. It's not about the impact that you have on it's not about the number of people that you have an impact on. It's just the fact that you are adding value to someone else. That I mean, is that what you're saying? Like you are adding value to another person, another human being, another person who will then um also carry that information, and then you have impacted a whole group of people in essence. But
That's
it's not.
that's that is that, ma'am, is the dent. That
Yeah.
is the dent.
Right.
The seeds, who knows when Malcolm Little, known as Malcolm X's parents, was sitting under the teachings of the most
Yeah.
honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, we do not know what seeds they planted in Malcolm X.
Right.
Even though he went through his own journey and eventually came full circle, we
Mm,
don't know what plant those seeds were planted. So yes,
right.
you had a couple going to Garvey meetings, following the teachings of Garvey, being a part of the organization and so forth. That's just a couple. But that couple had a son. That couple had a son that
Mm-hmm.
we know, that
Mm-hmm.
all of us know. And what do we know for the big impact that he's made? And some
Right.
people would dare say what some will look at as a dent, because what Malcolm X did happened in the United States, right? But
Mm-hmm.
all over the globe, they felt the ripple effect of that. Do you see how that works? So what
Yes.
I'm speaking of is the ripple effect of
Mm-hmm.
what you are contributing right now.
Exactly.
Don't underestimate that, is my point to you, right? In
Right.
general, don't
Right.
underestimate that. And I gave that example because I'm just like, yeah, I mean, that's what just came to my mind. We all know Malcolm X, but a lot of us don't realize that his parents were Garveyites.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize that. You
Mm,
don't know what seeds were planted.
yeah.
Seeds are important, right? Seeds doesn't mean that that person is not going to go contrary to what was planted. Seeds mean that if that person is ever exposed to the right environment for germination and fruition to take place, it's going to go down. It's
Mm.
just a matter of them being exposed to the right environment. Now you got me on fire, my heart. So I need that come out, and I need to talk to you some more about this. I'm gonna stop right there.
Yes. I mean that's enough said, and I'm glad you made that you gave that example, because that's a great example. Because I've spoken about that before, about Malcolm X parents being Garveyites, and even how he even spoke about how he was even taken to some of the meetings. So that was those were seeds planted. So I think a lot of times that we always want the we look at things as being, when we talk about leadership, even when we talk about leaders and we needed someone to lead us and all that kind of stuff, and understanding that we have the power and we keep trying to give our power away. But I think that does, because, and it puts it in perspective for me, because there are times when you do say that because you see so many other things, and then you also are looking to be maybe like these other people who have great, what you consider to be great impacts or greater impacts than your own. So I think that's important. Yeah, we can definitely talk about that.
Yes, and bear in mind that big
Mhm.
is big is not born big. Big is born
Yeah,
small and then
right.
becomes big.
Exactly.
That's kind of how that happens. That's
Right.
expansion, that's growth. Big is not just automatically born big. Anything that you see that have spread and expanded started off very small,
Mhm.
right? And I think it's you was a dedicated Christian. There was something there's something in the good old scriptures that says something about small beginnings, not to something small beginnings or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm going to say like not to underestimate small beginnings, right?
Mhm.
And the reason why I say that is because, okay, two other examples, and I'm going to stop right here. Think of the Black Panther breakfast program.
Mhm.
They was feeding a community. They wasn't feeding people across the United States until other chapters started to pop up. So you have
Exactly.
to think, wow, COINTELPRO, CIA, what was
Mhm.
the threat,
Yep.
right? Think of the little island of Hispaniola, what we know as
Mhm.
Haiti today, right? Think about the propaganda and all of these things that they had to spread in the United States so that the revolt, right, or the revolution that was happening in Haiti does
Mhm.
not catch on here. That's just a small
Right.
little island in the Caribbean, right? But they are afraid of word getting out that there's a group of Africans who were enslaved on this island rising up and they have taken over the island, right? It's a
Mhm.
small island. What could the impact possibly be? My aunt, impact is not physical, right? It's the idea that
Yeah.
spread. It's the
Right.
idea that people tries to kill. It's the energy, right? It's the information, it's the knowledge that you're giving out that becomes the threat. That is the fire that's going to spread. You might just be the one to light the fire, not
Mhm.
necessarily carry the torch. So then again, we have to go back to what is impact? How are we defining it? And who are we allowing to define it for us? And why?
Mhm.
And why?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, and that reminds me of how we speak about building our community and starting small. It's very important that we understand to start small. I think we're trying to get to too many people at one time. We're trying to awaken the masses when we can really do this thing small, and then it's kind of like you know, that it'll catch fire, and then it can go to the masses. But we have to get comfortable with starting small. I think that's with anything. Like, a lot of us do not want to start small. When we start a business, we're like, nah, I already want to be making $1 million, like, we already want to be at the top. So that is an important thing to understand within ourselves, and then also within our communities, within our families, is and starting small and working our way up, and doing things differently, and relearning what a family dynamic even looks like, what a sisterhood looks like, what a brotherhood looks like, and then what we talked about, what accountability looks like, what does balance, what does that look like? So back to the conversation, when it comes to the fact that we have been overcorrecting, and overcorrection comes in our community because things from correction, period. It comes from correction. Like, we correcting things that may not have been right or may have been wrong or what we perceived as being wrong. But when we overcorrect, it causes errors, it causes miscalculations, and it causes imbalance. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the imbalance in our communities, and equality is not balance. Because it really doesn't, make sense. Because even
Oh
me and you,
wow. Say that again, Maat.
equality is not balance.
I know you about to bust that down, right? Break that down for me, please.
Even me and you, right? Like, are we really equal? Like, are we equal? Like, we can say that we have like equal rights as women or as Black women, but there are things that you are able to do that maybe I can't do, and there are things that I'm able to do that you can't do. So the thing is not about us being equal, but how we can complement one another along our journey, and that's what I think that we should be leaning more towards, is how we're complementing one another towards our journeys.
Wow, that's what you're talking about, because that doesn't leave room for competition. Like, this
Mhm.
is good. Like, yeah, you're taking me there in my mind right now. Like, okay, yeah, equality. You're right. Equality doesn't allow space for balance.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just had to say that. Like, that has me over here. Yeah. In deep thought.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, and that's the reason I wanted to have this conversation, because really this conversation sparked when I was having the conversation with you, Hanif, and I was thinking about like the whole idea of like a boys club or being gender aligned. And so I really started thinking about that and really wanted to have this conversation, because we as Black women, are we really seeking equality, seeking balance, seeking subjugation, that domination, and what we see in these YouTube spaces? For one, we see that because like we said, like we don't see a lot of the things we see in the YouTube space. We don't see in our personal lives. When we talk about protection from Black men, I don't worry about being protected. Like I know I
Correct.
have a Black
Correct.
man at home
Mhm.
that's going to protect me. You know, um, I know these things. I know that I don't necessarily fear that. So we're not talking about that. And so when we start saying, "Hey, protect me," like in these spaces, we're not necessarily saying protect me because I need you to protect me. We're saying that as a community, we have to start talking about protection as a community. We start talking about building as a community. We start having to talk about balancing and as a community, because your home or my home may actually be balanced. It may actually look balanced, but as a community, as a whole, we are lacking the understanding of balance. And then
Very. Mhm.
we can go even deeper with that and even say, does balance, the way I am balanced, is it the same way as balance in your home? So we can start even unlayering that. What do you? Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying. I'm still on the how equality does not equate to balance. I'm still on that, mama. I'm still on it, because it's a fact. If you really, really are open to the truth, what you're
Mhm,
saying, it's correct. It's
mhm.
correct. And I love to use the body analogy all the time.
Yeah.
Like, for example, there's a brother that we used to talk to. He's from the nation. He used to, well, I don't think he's NOI anyway anymore, but he used to be NOI. And he's one of the brothers that's kind of like on the front line in the streets, right? But it's also because he went to jail really young, and
Mhm,
he spent, I think he was in there from like the age of 17 until well into his 30s.
mhm.
He was released, so he practically was raised in prison, right?
Right.
So when he come back out, he has a passion towards like street stuff, the street minute, his ministries in the streets, okay? But what happens to him is he would really come at like those people that are in the conscious community, and he felt like all they want to do is talk and they're not out here in the front lines. And I always had to kind of refer him back to the body analogy, because I think what could happen to us, my ad, is we automatically think if someone doesn't show up the way we do, then they are not doing anything. Right? If they are not functioning the way that we function, then they are not productive and they are not contributing to the collective. So I found myself always have to reel him in and say, that may be your lane, that may be your function, right? It might not be someone else's, right? We need scholars in the community. We need scholars, okay? But a scholar, somebody who is in the books all the time, may not be the person fit to go out into the streets and be on the front line, because they may not be built that way, right? Because their wiring is for a different function. So we got to be careful with that as well, like you just said, because accepting that allows for the balance. Because it's for me to look at you, Ma'at, and say, oh, Ma'at is the nose. She's supposed to smell. That's what she does. That is her function. Okay. And then I can say, okay, I can be the hand. And this is my function, to pick things up, to grab them, to hold on to things, right? All of these things. Or I could focus on why all Ma'at do is smell, smell, smell. Why she can't come and grab like I do, right? Why it seem like I'm doing all the labor and all she doing is smelling, smelling, smelling? Because the reality is this: if my aunt is to come and be a hand and she is not wired to be a hand, she about to jack the whole hand system up. You understand me? Same thing with me as a hand. I am not wired to be a nose, but here I am, okay? Because my aunt is on the face, so she gets all the attention, right? And it's like, oh, I'm gonna become a nose then, so I could get the attention. And I gone over there. I'm a hand. I'm wired as a hand, and I go over there trying to become a nose, just messing up the whole nose ecosystem. What are you doing? So it boils down to, I don't even like to use the term lane. It's not about knowing your lane. Know the function for which you are wired for. But a lot of times we are not taking the time to know ourselves. And so that's where comparison seeps in. So now I'm focusing on what my aunt is doing or not doing versus what Hanifa should be doing. So we got to be careful with that, because I see those conversations happen a lot with us, where she's not functioning like me and she's not showing up like me, and therefore she's not doing enough. And that's not true.
Right. That and that's even a conversation that I've even had in my own life, because when we don't see certain things happening the way that we think that they should be happening, it's like, are you really doing what you're supposed to be doing? Are you really working like that the way that you're supposed to be working? I don't see you doing it, so it's not happening. And it is really something that we have to discuss further, because even when it comes to our men and women relationships, we operate differently. And so it goes back to what you are saying, like holding other women accountable and then letting the men hold other men accountable. And then we can delve deeper into what that looks like. But in this space, obviously in this space, that is extremely hard to do. So what we're talking about accountability, I think in most cases, it's really about personal relationships right now, because we really can't hold people on social media accountable if we don't know them in our personal lives. So I think that's a conversation that we can definitely have in more detail. I also want to even discuss, I said that later on, discussing like rites of passages and stuff like that, because that's something that we've been missing. We're missing that whole dynamic of, I now know that like, because I've gone through this rites of passage at whatever age that may be, then I now know that I can handle certain things. And that passage of becoming a man and becoming a woman, and that requires structure in our community. So we got to figure out how to get all of those things back.
And doing the research of like different communities um,
Right.
over the years of like just even different countries and stuff, what rites of passages look like for them, and what were the purpose of certain things required of them in the rites of passage. Because we talk a lot about rites of passage as far as manhood, and we talk about manhood needed to be taught to our boys, but we know how to be female. We know how
Mm,
to be female very well, but a lot of us don't know how to be women, because I
yeah.
think that I feel just as much as I feel like manhood is not inherited, it is earned. I feel
Mhm.
womanhood is not inherited, it is earned as well. I think
Yeah.
that women, females, whoever, women are to be taught how to be, I mean, females are to be taught how to be women. And I
Mhm.
think males are to be taught how to be men. I think it goes both
Great.
ways, right? We definitely have a serious bias. Like, for example, it is assumed that all women know how to be mothers simply because they give birth.
Mhm.
That is a fallacy. That is not true. There are many women that end up abusing their children for lack of information, because of lack of information, because of lack of knowledge, right?
Mm,
Because of the lack of that motherly thing or
mhm.
instinct, right? So I think there are some things that should be taught. And as a woman, I'm not gonna be out here acting like, we just born with it and the men gotta learn it. Nah. I
Yeah.
think both of us have to be taught it, honestly.
Exactly.
And if
Exactly.
there's a breakdown in the family, then there's a missing element of information towards the molding of us into fathers and mothers, into women and men, because the
Mhm.
family unit is already broken down. So who is teaching us this, right? So then now we have to resort to what? Disney, right? Movies,
Right.
uh, chick flicks,
Yep. Yep.
and so forth. They are telling us what love is, and this thing, like I say, it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. You know what I mean? But yeah, we don't want to hear it. But we have this idea of somehow things come naturally for women, and men have to be taught it. No, 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 no. We need to be taught how to be women as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And because a lot of things are learned behavior. As we were listening to someone last week, and they were saying that like a woman instinctively knows like how to, like a little girl, because she knows like to how like little girls and boys will see it, do it too, because they'll see like their mother doing it, but like cooking and stuff like that. And I was just like, but that is actually just learned behavior. That is not, we don't instinctively, how many women really instinctively know how to be a mother, or how to be, that divine compliment, and just like Alba says, and like empathy, so there's a lot of things so when I say rites of passage, I'm talking about both sides. Women need rites of passage. Just like you said, the female needs a rite of passage, and the male needs a rite of passage. And that's going to look totally different on both sides. And so I really want to bring somebody in to really talk about that, because that's going to look differently, and that has affected our relationships, that has affected the way we communicate with one another, because right now we are just like wading in the water and trying to figure out which way to go, because we don't have those in our community. I was speaking to we were speaking to someone before, and they were saying like, really, ideally, a rites of passage would happen for like for both the male and the female at around, like, I think like 13 or something around that age. It's kind of like, I guess, the same, like, how Jews have bar mitzvahs. So it would happen around those ages. But because of that, now we are emotionally crippled in a sense, because you have people who are older, they're 30, 40 years old, but they're young minded because they haven't been through certain things. So just like you've said before, we're still like we're emotionally young. We're in these older bodies. We think we can handle grown up stuff, but we're still emotionally like in our adolescence. So all of those things is, and it's a holistic thing. Actually holistically understanding ourselves, our physical body, our emotions, our spiritual bodies. um so many levels to it. And so that's something that we have to, because we still have to go through those rites of passage, and our children have to go through those rites of passage. So that's something that we definitely need to tackle. I would say, as I studied parenting for 5 years before having a child, I think people think being a good parent is our default setting, and there's nothing to learn. Exactly. Um,
I want to speak to that too, because I'm gonna go further and say, uh, black woman. My observation is that is true for us, but there's a reason why, and that's why I always said we have to really understand the context so that we could then begin to do the work of undoing some things, right? I
mhm,
agree with I'm with it. I think that even if you ain't took it before, you need to take it while your children are young. Everyone should take some sort of parenting classes,
mhm,
some sort, right? But what I found is you gotta remember, really put into context, black women have always mothered everybody's children, including their own.
right.
We have breastfed other people's children. We have fed them. We have clothed them. We have bathed them, right? We have always been the matriarch, right, of the community in that sense. Okay. So what we don't understand is how much the system, or the environment that we found ourselves in, how much it impacted the way we parent our children.
Right.
Because a lot of still parenting our children out of from a place of fear and survival,
Yeah.
right? Which in certain, right? That's what we need to understand. So within the context, we know what that is. We think it's an automatic thing, correct?
Mhm.
But for us, it's our default setting. But we don't understand that some of our parenting techniques were birthed out of a place of survival, fear, right? For the lives of our own children. And now we fast forward in 2022 and we're still trying to apply those same things as if we are literally on, and I hate to say, I'm putting it in quotes, I know you can't see me, on a plantation somewhere. So it
Mhm.
doesn't translate the same. Okay. So I'll give you this quick example. If anyone know anything about hoarding, okay, there are children who's been so traumatized around there's a fear of not being fed. So what they
Mhm.
do is, in these environments, they hoard, whether it's
Right.
hiding food under their pillow, their mattress, whatever that is, because it's a thing of preservation. I'm going to
Mm.
hold on to something because tomorrow I am not guaranteed to be fed,
Right.
right?
Right.
Be coming from environments like that. So what would happen is some of them will go into foster homes, and the foster parent, not really understanding the behavior in its proper context, would end up saying the child is dirty, right? They don't like to clean their room. They put food under the mattress. So it was our job to bring them back around to the history of that child and as to why they are displaying certain behaviors. Because you see, our issue is we think if you remove us from the environment, right, then the behavior automatically changes. And that is not true.
Mhm.
Look at all the studies and the tests and the mice tests that they've done, Skinner, the dog test, and all of those things. You ring a bell and the dog salivate, right? All of
Right.
these tests are out there. Those studies, that's all psychology. That's all psychology and behavior. Okay. So they're looking and saying, even if you take me out of that environment, right, my body still holds on to the memory of that environment, and so does my mind. And so therefore, it doesn't matter that I'm in a safer environment. That doesn't matter my environment. That doesn't mean that my behavior is going to change. That doesn't mean that now I'm not going to put food under my pillow, right? Because I don't know you. I have to build trust with you. So it's the same thing with a lot of us with parenting. A lot of us are we've inherited a certain level of parenting, right? And we don't even question it, Ma'at. And the reason why we don't question it is because we have no other point of reference. We have no alternative. No alternative have been presented to us. You see what I'm saying? Until you get in a space and you say, wait a minute, why don't I do this with my children? What makes my children any different? So it's a lot of unlearning that we got to do. But I agree with her on the parenting thing, because I'm big on that.
Yes. She said not even formal classes, just research a lot. What kicked off my journey was learning the harms of letting babies cry out. Yes, I was literally just talking about this yesterday, about the whole concept of the crying out. And I mean, that's preached. Like, you just let that baby cry out. Don't let your child sleep in your bed. All of these different concepts that say, oh, you what's the big thing? If you hold, like, you're spoiling the child. All of these different things. These are things that are said to us that are not true, when in all actuality, you are supposed to nurture your child. If your child can't feel safe with you, who they supposed to feel safe with? It's okay. So found out that just about everything we do when it comes to our children is bad for childhood development. Yes, a lot of the things that we learned is bad. It's bad.
But we've never really, when you look at it, what's been passed down to us is we've never had, and I'm going to go ahead and use the word luxury and privilege here, of
Right.
nurturing our children in that capacity.
That's
So
true.
even though your ancestors, at some point there was the emancipation, right, of enslaved people in this country, right? And so, but it doesn't mean that somehow those ideas died with them, or
Yeah.
died with slavery. That doesn't mean that, because now you have a people that have been trained. I'm talking about people were being born into a system of slavery. So there was no room for, no luxury for what? Nurturing. That's why you have a lot of Black families that are void of emotion toward each other. We don't show too much love in this family, right? We just don't, because our people didn't have the luxury of doing that. That could cause your children to be taken away.
Right.
Right? Your children exhibited certain talents, certain skills. You have to play that down. Because that could mean that your child can be taken away from you to be used as labor somewhere else.
Right.
Simply because of their skill set and their talent. So a lot of the stuff that we're seeing, and again, I know your girl, Dr. Joy DeGroy, talks a lot about this. A lot of what we're seeing came out of what we have experienced.
Right.
As a collective within the system of slavery. And even though slavery have died, that imprint on our DNA has not died.
Right.
It's going to require us to break that so that another generation does not inherit it.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? We want to talk and tiptoe and talk light about these subjects. But what has been done to Black people is no light topic. It's not. We can't talk about this on a surface level, because it didn't happen on a surface level.
That's true.
The psychological impact, the genetic impact, right, that has happened to us is deep. So we have to talk about it on a deep level. And we're talking about parenting. When you start to look at stuff, why do we do this in my family? And like I go back to what I said earlier, you will never understand your mother, my aunt, until you understand her mother. And you will never understand your grandmother until you understand your great grandmother. You get what I'm saying? Because your mom being void of emotion didn't happen overnight. She wasn't born that way. It came from something, right? And then she then passed it on to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just using an example. You get what I'm saying? So it
Mhm.
came from somewhere, and this is why we were talking about this on another platform. I think is Brother Clarence, and I was telling OG Patrice them like the importance of discussing. We were talking about history, but I was
Right.
like, we talk about history in such like a far out of reach abstract term, but
Mm,
history is knowing where your mother came from,
right.
how she grew up, how she was parented. That is history.
Mhm.
But when we talk about history, we want to talk about, let's talk about the Zulu nation. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire and you know what I'm saying? And Timbuktu and all of that.
Yeah.
Yes, all of that history is great. But the history that you're the closest to, start there.
Yeah. They even say that when connecting with your ancestors, you connect with your more recent ancestors. You don't go way back 100 years ago and try to connect with those ancestors. You connect with the closest ones first, because that's what you have the greatest, you still have that connection to them. So those are the ones you connect to first, and then you can start traveling backwards. But you don't start way 1,000 years ago and say, hey, I want to connect with my ancestor from, you know, the 1800s without actually trying to connect with your ancestor who just transitioned a couple years ago. Like,
Good
silliness.
point.
Like,
Yeah, good
like
point.
we do this, we do these silly things because I have a theory that we do those things because it's easier for us, and I think it's easier for us to connect, or not even easier. I think we are more prone to connecting with things that are distant, because we have an issue with communicating with one another just right now. So I've had this conversation with people in my family, and I said, you're saying this to me now that you've been through these things, but why weren't you telling us this as we were growing up? It's a thing in the African and communities. Stories were important, but because we're ashamed of our stories, we don't really want to talk about them. We don't want to talk about our stories. We don't want to talk about what happened. Our grandparents don't want to talk about what happened to them. Our elders don't want to really talk about what happened to them. So we go way back in the past because we're more proud of that than we are of what happened during Jim Crow, what happened during slavery. But we could actually learn from those things, just like we would have to learn from those things that happened in the distant past. We still have to learn from those things that happened just a few years ago, because we talk about how the people who were growing up looking at lynchings, those white people, those people who were looking up and looking at the lynchings and they were smiling, those are the people that we're still dealing with today. So we do need to talk about those things right now, and then we can peel back the layers and go further back and even talk about how we need to look at how to correct even history from that. But let's talk about the more recent things so that we can address that, and then we can move forward. But and Enya says something here. She said, I think if we humble ourselves and admit that we need help, then change can come. This is why elders are important. But elders need rites of passage too. And I had this conversation with you, Hanifa.
Oh Lord.
El-
we know how my aunt feels about that.
Elders need rites of passages too. We got a lot of elders walking around, and they something. I ain't gonna,
Yeah.
not gonna say too much there. We got a lot of people calling themselves elders, but are they acting like elders in our community? You know? And I mean, I very much care about that, because I care about what kind of mother I'm gonna be, what kind of mother-in-law I'm gonna be, what kind of grandmother I'm gonna be, what kind of elder I'm going to be. I care about that.
Me
Like
too.
that's a big deal for me. But I feel like a lot of people are just turning old, and then they want that honor, that respect, because that whole concept of a young fool is going to turn into an old fool. So, we have to, in a sense, do start until we actually have elders that are in front of us. And I'm not saying all elders are like this, because I know elders that I definitely respect. But we also have to start saying, hey, is it we have to have these conversations and start trying to see how we can hold each other accountable, how we hold the people who are calling themselves elders accountable as well. Are they doing what needs to be done for the community, or are they just as messy? Are they just as, troublesome? Are they
And
causing,
we gotta do it respectfully.
yeah, doing
We have
respect?
to
I
do it
think
respectfully.
everything that
Yeah.
we do needs to be done
Everything,
respectfully.
everything. Yep. Even
Everything.
even if the person isn't your age, when we talk about
Yes.
accountability,
Mhm.
we cannot forget mutual respect. And one of the things I told someone the other day, I said, you know what I think is happening? I think we have disdain for people and we're masking it with accountability. And
Mm,
this is why when we go to hold people accountable, we're so nasty and condescending and judgmental and ready to cast them in the lake of fire, right? Because we really have come to a conclusion about the individual. And the reality is that if I've already count you out, I can't hold you accountable. Because what am I holding you accountable for? What am I
mm.
holding you accountable to?
Right,
I've
right.
already counted you out. I cannot. If I wash my hands of you, Ma'at, I don't need to hold you accountable for what?
Exactly.
To
Exactly.
what avail? For what purpose? So I
Mhm.
know I'm noticing that a lot what a lot of us are calling accountability, the accountability is really a mask. It's a disdain that we have for the individual.
Mhm.
And accountability is just an excuse for us to come at them. And you could tell. All you have to do is listen to the conversation between two people who
Mhm.
one is saying, I'm holding you accountable. Listen to the conversation. Tone will tell you. Words used will tell you,
Yep.
right? Words used will tell you that how that person, the conclusion that person has already come to in reference to the other person. It is
Mhm.
not accountability. It is disdain masquerading as accountability. That is what's happening.
Yeah. That's a very good point. Because like I said earlier, if I don't respect you, you can't really hold me accountable. Because I'm not gonna really listen to you. Um, and so I think that's what we need to we have to start understanding, because the respect thing, because it's just like I have a 10-year-old, and she holds me accountable, y'all. Like, she holds us accountable. And sometimes on the she, it's on it's on the borderline of disrespect. But it's one of those things that I do value, because I know that as a person of that age, I wasn't able to do those things. So I do want my children to be able to come to me and be like, look, what you said hurt me. What you're not doing this, you're not doing that. Saying certain things, but doing it in respect. Because we tell her, like, okay, you kind of, it's kind of borderline disrespectful. And then she eases it back, she eases it back, but able to have that open communication, that so what you're doing is affecting me, it's bothering me, I'm upset about it, I'm sad about it, I'm frustrated about it, and actually being able to have the conversation. And so that's the thing that we sometimes are not able to do with the older generation, saying, hey, you have done this. This has bothered me. This has messed me up. This is whatever. And them able to actually say, okay, let me take accountability with that. And so having the conversations respectfully, just like I would want to have a conversation with our children, I want them to be respectful, and I want to be respectful back to them. So if they come to me with something and saying that this has affected me in whatever way it has affected me, whether it's true or right, actually listening and then addressing it and saying, okay, I'm gonna, you know what, you're right, I did react like that. Now I'm gonna do better with my reactions, or I'm gonna do better with what I say that I'm going to do, or whatever it is. It could be lots of multiple things. Actually doing those things. And because it's very important that we also have good relationships with our children um, down the line, because there is a brokenness that is in our communities and in our families. We see it a lot, and I mean I've seen it within my own family, my what I call my extended family. Um, it's a lot of of just bad, like really poor communication and hurt, and a lot of people not being able to speak up and say what they really feel. So, that's the piece that we're missing. And so when I talk about elders, I talk about it in a way because a lot of elders have not wanted to be held accountable at all. Like, and even when you go to them and say, this has affected me, or this is what happened, this is my experience, it's almost like I'm not going to deal with it, or I'm going to make excuses for it. So I think that is the communication that we're missing. And I've talked about this before. We have terrible communication. We not only have terrible communication in our relationships with men and women because we communicate differently, but we just have terrible communication across the board. So we don't know how to communicate as women because our sisterhood is all messed up. Men don't know how to communicate. And then we don't know how to communicate with our children. We don't know how to communicate with adults. So everything ends up becoming a fight or an argument where all you want to do is express yourself. And I think that's a big piece of why we need to also have more people in our communities that understand communication, having more people who are therapists, preferably African centered therapists, in my opinion, because we have a certain way that we deal with one another and speak to one another, and we understand that. And I think African centered therapists will understand how to deal with our communication styles and we have to start having those dialogues with one another. So
I
yeah.
have my next. I actually was. I may or may not swap it out, but I'm not prepared for this one. So, but I have. I think my next show I'm supposed to do something on emotional constipation
Mm,
because yeah, that's a lot of that in our community. We are emotionally constipated,
yeah.
and it is a fear of, like sometimes we don't have the best emotions, and so we feel like we don't have the right to our anger because we fear, especially black women, being called the angry black woman, right? Or that trope being thrown at us, right? So we kind of police our tone, we police our expression, we police all of that. But then what happens when we don't let it out, right? What happens when you're constipated? My healer, my health practitioner, because what happens when you're constipated? What does that look like, right? It
Mhm.
starts to affect other parts of your body.
Oh
It
yeah.
goes back to what we were talking
It's gonna
about.
start coming out somewhere.
Yes, and it goes back to what we were talking about, where you leave certain environments and you're like, yo, why do I feel so frustrated? So you go into a space and you're not able to properly express yourself or to explore the full spectrum of your emotions. You leave a space feeling incomplete, right? You leave a space feeling like there was some unfinished business. So now you're still carrying frustration about that thing in your body. So even though you're saying, yeah, I'm over it,
Mm-hmm.
let a person do one little thing and you see how you pop off again. And you
Right.
start bringing up stuff that you supposedly forgave them for, right? Because we hold back a lot of emotions. And one of our biggest detriments to me is not being able to really emote the way
Yeah.
freely, the
Yeah.
way that we can. And the reason why is because we live in a society where it's just not safe for black bodies to emote.
Yeah.
It's just not a safe space. So
Mhm.
that's my next thing is supposed to be an emotional constipation, and I'm going to get into that as well, about black people really being emotionally constipated. We need to get it out. You know what I'm saying? Because that frustration, we're taking it out on each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's very true. And even we've talked about it. I think the last live that we did, and when I had my husband on here, and we were talking about how even like in certain, when you're on the job, you're not able to really express yourself, especially, I think when it comes to black men, obviously black men can't really express themselves the way that they really probably would want to. And I think black women have that issue too. So then what happens, we come home and we take out our frustrations of not being able to express ourselves on the people that are in our home. So that's either going to be our spouse or that's going to be our children. So, and there's I remember there was a interview I saw. It was I always forget this man's name. He was a James Baldwin. And he was having a conversation. I'm not sure what the lady's name was, and that's the conversation that they were having. Like, we're here, like we're the women here, we're the women in the home, and you're coming home and you're taking out your frustrations on us. I have to find that interview, because it was really a powerful interview, even though there were some things in there that I didn't really agree with what she was saying. But there was it was really powerful, because here we are and we're here. It's kind of like, we're here, we're by your side, but then you're bringing all of that onto us, and taking that frustration out on us. Because why? We don't dominate society, and we don't have any way to express ourselves. So if we can't express, and this is a conversation I think that couples do have. I can't express myself at work like I want to, but then I can't really come home and express myself in my home like I want to. It's a really hard thing. So we do have to. I think we need to have just pure spaces where we can come to, where it's safe, a safe space to be able to express ourselves as Black people. Like, yes, that's who it was, Nikki Giovanni. You're right. Um, Thank you for that. Yeah, James Baldwin, Nick and Giovanni. So yeah, it's having those safe spaces, and something that Alba said. I don't consider anything my child said to be disrespectful. She heard me or her dad say it before. They are sponges, but yeah, I definitely had lots of hurt feelings being read by a toddler me. Yes. Um, yeah, I think we have all, I mean, I think a lot of us has gone through that. And just what Hanifa was saying about being emotionally constipated. And it's nothing that my child says that's disrespectful. It's just the way she can say it. She says things in a way. It's like, it's not always what you say, it's how you say it. Yes, that was funny, YouTube slaves. Okay, y'all. I went an hour past, or no, an hour. No, I went 2 hours past my time. So yes, and yeah, thank you. Did you enjoy the conversation? Yes. In the conversation, put it in the comments if you enjoyed the conversation. If you enjoyed the conversation, share it. We will be having more wonderful conversations, and much needed conversations. And again, like I said, if you have ideas of how we can create safe spaces outside of these YouTube spaces, um, and I have some things in my mind, and hopefully I can get them out so that maybe it can work for our communities of people. But yeah, we definitely, if you have ideas, inbox me, email me, write it in the comments, whatever you got to do to get it to me. I really want to continue to have more conversations outside of that. I would love to create even like a town hall for us, and what that may look like. So just, inbox me, let me know your thoughts. Thank you, XDMC. I really do appreciate you being here.
I'll
Um,
be on security duty at the town hall, aka moderated.
Hanifa, I'm not even gonna.
I'll be I'll be on security duty if that is to ever happen. I will not be on stage. I will be on duty as
Yeah,
security.
okay, we'll talk about that. So safe spaces are so necessary for your peace of mind and to focus your energy to get back on balance. Yes. Really, we really have to talk about how to have those those safe spaces. But again, Hanifa, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. um let's see. Super dope discussion. Thank you, Awa. I always appreciate seeing you here. It's MaatSpeaks. Yeah. Let me see. It comes up down at the bottom. Is at the bottom. It is, yeah, it's MaatSpeaks. Let's see. Oh, she said she found it. Okay. All right. So yes, follow me on Instagram as well. And I plan on doing, getting some more stuff, putting some more content on my website and all that kind of stuff. And I do really appreciate these conversations, and I appreciate everyone who comes through and adds to the conversation. I appreciate you, Hanifa, for coming up and adding so much as you always do. Your fire, your
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I love talking to you. You know that.
yes. And so yeah, I'm going to get off of here and get these kiddos to bed, guys. And because I hear them still rummaging around because they know I'm in here on this live. So I'm
I'm
going to
gonna
get
go and finish. I'm gonna go and finish trying to prepare for this live tomorrow.
okay. And
So
I'll be there even if I'm listening, or because I might be in the car tomorrow, but I'll
that's
be
fine.
definitely listening.
That's fine. Thank you for having me, Maat. I'm gonna go ahead and let you close out. And peace to the chat. And you have a good one. We'll be in touch.
Okay. All right. Pieces.
Okay.
So thank you everyone for coming as always. Good night. Thank you for adding to the conversation. Thank you for always being here. Thank you. Love you as always. So good night. Peace, and I will see you next time.